Hello. Hi. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome, 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 everybody. Hi, Ben. Pog, new keyboard. Honestly, Hero, I feel that. Time goes by so fucking quickly some days. But yeah, hi. Welcome. Thank you for coming, and thank you for being early today. Hi, Spanish. Class Trial and Danganronpa. I don't know what that is, but Pog. No, wait, Unpog? I don't know. Hi Melly, welcome, welcome. How's everybody's day today? How's everybody feeling? Hi Zayo, welcome back. Thank you so much for being here today. Elle, hi. Thank you for being here. I hope you're having a good day today. Hi Jacko, welcome, welcome, welcome. We are trying a different sort of stream today. I hope you guys enjoy the different stream, I guess. All I've done is tried to make a single piece of pressed gold in shiny pack. What is pressed gold? Why are you pressing gold? I got it though, it's cool. Hell yeah. I hope it's pretty. Shiny gold. Shiny gold? Am I Kala shiny gold now? But yeah. Oh, a gold sheet. Interesting. Well, today we're doing something weird, I guess. I don't know. Shiny pack, next week, maybe this week, or maybe today, later on in stream. We'll see how the rest of stream goes. But yeah, we'll be doing a game design talk today. Apparently you guys want to hear me talk about nerdy shit, so here we are. Game design. Base improvements. Not today, I want to be around when you do. Well, we'll see. I don't know. Hi, Walrus. Hello, welcome, welcome. How you doing, Walrus? Thank you for head pats. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. K design. A demonic koala jumped on me in the nether. A fucking what? A demonic koala? Jacko, yeah. I hope you enjoy it. This will be a good stream for anybody interested in how games are made, how the design of games, I guess, are can be very in-depth, and I guess my experience with game design, and specifically with RotN, and you know, future things that I make, like RotN standalone, which I'll talk about a little. And we'll be watching game design essays, video essays today. One of them being White Light. Create stuff. I will never get into Create. Create looks so fucking daunting. Yeah, sorcery and wizardry. No, me too. Watched a video about AI in games. AI is so, like, ridiculously... It can be ridiculously complicated. And I don't know. I feel like it's not really talked about much how difficult it is to program a good AI in a game. Cough cough, cyberpunk. Hi Patches. Welcome. I'm still looking through every 1.16 mod. Gilbert, you have fun with that. I'm sure there's plenty of amazing 1.16 mods out there. To make a windmill move? Yo. It would be like a moving windmill? Like a flying windmill? What the fuck? That'd be crazy. That networking is more complicated code-wise? It doesn't have to be. Well, networking in terms of like multiplayer, I've worked with it in the past, but there are a lot of tools already created for you, especially for use in Unity and things like that, that allow for multiplayer to be created pretty seamlessly, honestly. So it really depends how, you know, how custom, I guess, you want to get with it. Oh, a churning windmill. Why can't it be flying? Create such a cool mod. It honestly is. I'm just too fucking small brain to understand it. Shaw's SMP, that would look really good if it could move. Shiny!
SMP Rebirth 2. Also, do you have a fun for the depths mod?
Why was it so quiet? Wallop! Hi! SMP Rebirth 2? We're still waiting for 3.0. Well, you guys are still waiting. We're the one creating it. But no, it's still gonna happen. I know SMP Rebirth has been fucking dead, but I'm still super excited for it. Wait, what if we do SMP Rebirth in RotN standalone? Do you have a fund for the depths mod? I don't know what that is. Could you explain the mod a little bit? And what do you mean if I have a fund for it? Also, thank you for the shiny. Thank you for 8 months. Holy shit, Wallop. I really appreciate it. That's really nice of you, though. Oh, Jacko, I'm trying to basically make Minecraft clone from scratch. In Java? Or, a game engine? Thank you for the patch, Shadow. Welcome to the stream. Can I be an SMP Rebirth too? I don't know if we'll be taking like applications for SMP Rebirth. It's kind of just like a friend group now. But we'll see what happens. Melly, I'm sorry. Every time you ask that, I feel bad. Hello, Rivaled. Welcome. You said there was a mod you guys needed for 3.0 and it was like 200 bucks. Ah. Oh, from the depths. Yeah. We do need that mod. I technically have the $200 for it, but what I don't have is a modder to make it. There's approximately 2.5 modders available for commissions in 1.12, and I say 0.5 because one of them is like not here half the time. That's a joke. There's more than 2, but it's practically like fucking a couple modders that we have to go back and forth with, because nobody's deving for 1.2 anymore. So that's why this is taking so long. If this was 1.16, or if there was like just a good amount of modders for us, 3.0 would have been out like in December. Okay, maybe not December, but it would have been out like around this time or earlier. if we just had people to do it. If we had people to make mods, and nobody wants to do commissions. Like, I have the money, but they're like, no, I don't want it. I I don't know. I don't know. Melly, I appreciate, I'm sorry, but I can't give out my money like that all the time. Especially recently. No engine except graphics library, everything self-made. Holy shit. Well, Jacko, good luck with that. That's definitely quite the endeavor. Furniture mod for Shiny Pack? Sure. No, wait, I think we're gonna have one actually. Fire put it in. My bad. Got you, got you. It's all good. I just saw it was one that wasn't like started, so I was wondering if it needed funding or whatnot. Oh, Wallop, I really appreciate it. That's really nice of you. But the funding is there. Any support towards the RotN Patreon is still appreciated. Even if I have the money for commissions, because I put that money towards rent and even things like commissions for my other mod packs. It goes towards that too. But like I said, the main issue is finding fucking mods or modders. Chisel and bits. Oh my gosh, I don't know if I want to add that. You receive head pats. Purple Sage, hello, 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 welcome, welcome. I hope you're having a good day today. Thank you so much for the raid the other day. Thank you for stopping by. We're gonna be getting started in a little bit. We'll be watching some game design essays. We'll be watching the video that is responsible for the creation of Rebirth of the Night. Without this video, Rebirth of the Night likely would not have existed. And we're gonna be watching it. And it's gonna be, what Rebirth of the Night was originally based on. And what still is, more or less, so. Massive amount of work, but I think the stuff I learned from it is worth it. Oh, totally, totally. It'll be great to put, like, on our portfolio or resume. I can ask around and see if anyone knows who might be up for the task. Yeah, Wallop, that would be a massive help if you know anybody. The main things to say is that we need a modder for 1.12 Minecraft. That's pretty much it. I'd be willing to pay whatever the cost is. There's usually not much like debate with modders for cost. I'll ask them how much, or I'll give them a budget and be like, if I need to pay more, I will. I don't care. I just need the mod. Please no chisels, they are abusive. What? I am miserable, honestly. I'm dealing with one day after vaccine stuff. Oh, I'm so sorry. I hope you heal up quickly. I know it can really suck. I heard from a few people that it's a pretty shitty situation, but I hope you feel better. Get rest. Anna, hi. How's my little Anna doing? Thank you for coming. Yeah, so we're gonna be talking about game design stuff. We can get started. I have a playlist here of all my favorite videos. Some of them I haven't watched in a very long time. So it'll be a nice refresher. Every time chisels and bits are involved, my crafting tables end up with 1 bit missing. Oh my gosh. That mod just seems fucking insane. I always see on Reddit, like, people making, like, tiny houses inside of a house with chisel and bits, and it's crazy what you can do. I got the J&J one, too, so I got all of it. I mostly find just very tired and headaches. Aw. Well, it should go away soon. At least it's not the actual thing. I don't have time for it with the project. Yeah, that's a lot of people just don't have time for modding, so that's another thing. So we're gonna be watching a couple videos, and this series specifically is what Rebirth of the Night was based off of, and I'm gonna be giving my thoughts on it. Feel free to ask questions if you guys would like to know a little bit more about something. Um, and yeah, for sure, I'm very happy it's not actually COVID. That scares me. Oh shit, my asthma having self. Well, I'm glad you got the vaccine then. Adam Millard. Adam Millard. Yeah, a lot of this is Adam Millard. And he is fucking really, really great. So some of the videos, one video is about Terraria, um, how games beat the grind, why perfect difficulty is impossible, how Subnautica uses terror, joy of exploration, um, like stories of old. We'll be watching. This one is fucking amazing. So we'll be getting into most of these.
Chess, Pac-Man, Tetris, Minecraft. As an enthusiast, it's an honor to be alive to see another game reach such stardom. Minecraft is the best-selling game of all time. It's among the most popular currently running. To explain why isn't a challenge, it's largely a reflection. Most of the people watching this video can look back on their own lives and remember the effect this game had on them, myself included. There was a magic to it, something special that nothing else has ever had. I'd like to think it's the modern generation's equivalent to the feeling kids must have gotten when they first moved what appeared on the screen back when Pong came out in caveman times. Minecraft is made out of blocks. I think even people who've been dead for 200 years know this. But it being made out of blocks made it everything it is. The world being divided into low pixel cubes allowed for total manipulation on the technology of the time. The total freedom to pick something up and put it down somewhere else. No, scratch that. The freedom to pick anything up and put it down anywhere else. It's like real life, except you don't need planning permission and a couple $100,000 and everything's a square, and so on. This simple ability, coupled with infinite generation, creates infinite possible outcomes. That level of potential depth from that simple a mechanic. Most of the greatest games of all time share such a quality. From a game design standpoint, Minecraft is a canvas on which the Mona Lisa could be painted. And that doesn't even consider the capabilities of...
I think that's a really great point that a lot of people don't actually think about, is what exactly made Minecraft the most popular fucking game of all time. And I think there's three reasons, or four. There's simplicity, the fact that anybody can understand the game very quickly. Simplicity, accessibility, which Mojang did really great at, in my opinion. Releasing to as many consoles as possible, and allowing a lot of different options in the game. And the depth of the game, how he's explaining here, even though it's a very simple game, you can fucking paint the Mona Lisa or do fucking redstone contraptions, and so there's a lot of depth.
Of redstone. Though we can't
And
quite
those things
talk about
combined
depth until there's
make it
goals.
really, really great.
The game needs goals, right? What's the point of Minecraft is a very common question. You have a world, and now get players to use it. So there's a health bar, and dangers presented by the dark, which isn't always avoidable. Okay, we have a reason to act, so what do? We need shelter, that's our reason to build. And we need tools, gear, upgrades essentially. That's our reason to mine. Resource gathering in the most hands-on way. It's the perfect way to do progression in a fully manipulable world. We mine, we craft, to avoid and fight back against the mobs in the dark. Minecraft was about survival. And I'm here to tell you that it's not anymore. In fact, I believe it's inaccurate for survival mode to use that.
It's so a lot of what he talks about in this video is about how Minecraft isn't about survival anymore. But that's always kind of confused me, because survival aspects of the game have never actually changed. What happened was, I guess it's kind of the vibe of the classic Minecraft, and when you first launched the game, as he stated, you need to find shelter and food or whatnot. And food wasn't even introduced until fucking I don't remember, but for quite some time. Um, but it just kind of confuses me how Minecraft isn't about survival anymore, but that those aspects never changed. I guess they never added onto it anymore. But I think the biggest fact is that we've kind of grown used to it, and it doesn't feel like it's about survival anymore because we know what's gonna happen. We know easily how to, escape the hostile enemies of the world and things like that. Um, and I guess that's why Rebirth of the Night, its original goal was to bring back the survival in Minecraft. So its goal was to introduce new mechanics in survival, and not only new mechanics, but make the current mechanics harder. So yeah. Hi Cryogen, welcome. A real life phone was made in Minecraft by a version, but Microsoft made it so companies can't use Minecraft for those kinds of things. A quad core computer. Oh yeah, I've seen it fucking all. Sprinting, food is plentiful. Sprinting is not a problem. You can run from basically anything nowadays. You could do that before though. They didn't. I mean, unless they physically changed the attack damage of mobs or the speed of mobs. It's the same thing before. It's just when you were new to the game, that's how it felt. And most people were somewhat new to the game back then, so that's how most people felt, and that's what everybody talked about. But now everybody knows about Minecraft, so you don't. That's not really what you talk about anymore. It's not the survival aspect. WKTR, welcome to the stream. There's no restriction on how long you can sprint due to food lasting forever. I'm not sure what you mean by food lasting forever. Food lasting as you can continue growing food, or...
It's Joe.
Sprinting is based on your hunger bar, your saturation. Before you couldn't sprint, so you weren't faster than mobs. That's right, you couldn't sprint. I don't know how long that was for though.
That word at all. You might find yourself watching this video as a result of Minecraft's recent resurgence in popularity.
Yeah, John, thank you for the follow.
But the years before that were very much a dark
WK,
age
thank
for
you
this
for the
game.
follow.
Minecraft will never lose its crown, but it was losing its relevance. Why? Minecraft had the benefit of originality, a fantastic idea that could appeal to almost anyone.
That's one thing I didn't mention was uniqueness and originality in my first few points of why Minecraft is super popular.
Done for the first time. Originality means novelty. Everyone wants a fresh experience, and Minecraft most certainly delivered. Thanks to a rapidly replenishing supply of kids, it's always got new people for its novelty to have an effect on. But what about the people who played when it was first gaining traction? The novelty is gone. There were few gaming experiences cooler than literally building a home out of the world itself, or finding your first diamond. But that's not so true anymore. Many of us have done it hundreds of times. Mining and crafting are sweet but short gameplay loops, and they've been short since 2009. The novelty isn't even on life support because it's struggling to update. Most of us lost interest in Minecraft a very long time ago, so people returning to the game now often find themselves surprised with just how much has changed. But looking back through the update history, Mojang's expansions to the game have been little short of haphazard and confusing. From 2011 to 2014, Mojang majorly updated the game 3 times per year. After 1.8 though, their pace slowed to a crawl. 1.8 was the Bountiful update, released on September 2nd, 2014. It introduced some new blocks, most of which were for cosmetic purposes.
It's still crazy to me that 2014 was when they introduced the new stone blocks. Like, it feels like that was introduced like fucking yesterday. It's so insane how fast time goes.
The Ocean Monument and some minor survival changes like sheep dropping mutton. Wanna know when the next update was? February 29th, 2016. Took them exactly 545 days of development to make this. We got end cities, which are very cool, dual wielding, which only half works, an attack strength mechanic which encourages the pacing of sword strikes, a glider, and an igloo. Took them 545 days to make this. Took them the rest of 2016 to add woodland mansions and polar bears. Then it took them over a year to add, get this, some coloured blocks and parrots. You know, it actually took them 3.
You know what I think is happening during all this time? They're reworking the back end code of Minecraft because the original code was so fucking shitty and terribly written.
3.5 years to give Lapis a
So they
reason
had to
to
rework,
exist
like, everything.
other than pimp my sheep. You know, the Wither has been pointless for 7 years.
Spaghetti code,
Development
yeah.
times for mod packs prove there's something seriously off with these numbers, even accounting for how careful Mojang have to be with their additions. Now, I don't know what
So development time. So he mentioned development time for mod packs, but mod packs don't usually create the mods. So that usually mods create, you know, quite a while.
Mojang were up to during this time, whether it was excessive partying thanks to their mountains of cash, or developing other games.
Yeah, that too,
and I
actually.
don't want to know, because it doesn't matter. It's pretty clear why Minecraft lost so much relevance during the mid-2010s. It simply wasn't being expanded upon, and so the years were free to punish it just like any other game. With the most recent 2 updates, things did take a turn for the better. There's more content in Update Aquatic and Village and Pillage than the previous 4 years worth combined. And it took them less than a year between updates this time. 3.5 years to give Lapis a point, less than a year for all this. This is beyond human comprehension, I know, but it's good that the game is finally making major additions. And I think that contributed a lot to Minecraft's recent spike in popularity. Admittedly, Mojang are in a very tough situation. When you have an original idea like Minecraft and it starts taking off, the very last thing you want to do is change it too much, because as soon as it stops being perceived as cool, you're stuffed. Mojang are well past that point now. They're at the point where every major aspect of the game has cult status. They can't change anything without stamping on the memories and love people have for what it is now. Diamonds always have to be the rarest resource. Creepers
Yeah, we know how we know how well that worked out.
always have to act as they do.
Rufus, there's a creeper above you.
The Nether always has to be accessed through a portal. Even if a change is made for the better, you're not just changing the game's mechanics, you're changing its identity. And yet, to keep the game relevant, to keep people interesting, they need to keep updating. They're in a position where any additions they make must not alter the core experience of the gameplay loop.
That's actually really interesting. You see, they must not alter the core experience of the gameplay loop, but adding netherite or a material better than diamond does not interfere with that. And as shown with netherite, adding a material better than diamond really doesn't affect it all that much. Diamond is still good to get. People still get hype for it. But
and any changes they make must be minor. This explains their focus on exploration and cosmetics. Exploration essentially is cosmetics, and both give builders new toys to play with without vastly changing the building experience. But it doesn't explain their focus on adding structures, dungeons, and improving villages. Now, remember back to what I said about survival. Minecraft is not about survival anymore. The use of the word to describe the base game mode, in fact, is inappropriate. And the best way to demonstrate why is with the first night. This used to be a big deal whenever you created a new world, but it's not easy.
Squids, thank you. Thank you for 3 months. Welcome to the stream. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Proceeds to make a cave update, a nether update. The nether update does it change any core mechanics? It doesn't. I don't think it does. They added some new mechanics, but a lot of it feels like it's visual and, you know, new content, but no reworking of mechanics. I'm doing great, Squids. Thank you for asking. We're watching some video essays now on Minecraft and game design. Cried years for a cave update, and now for the one, we're getting one, and people are complaining that ore blocks now work differently. Are they? The original nether biome is still there. Exactly.
It's easier today because it's no longer an issue. 3 wool isn't hard to come by, and that's the only difficulty in making a bed to circumvent the first night. If you find a village, beds and all the shelter you'll ever need are already provided. The first night involved a similar routine every single time. Punch a tree, find some coal, make some tools, mine a hole. It wouldn't be so tense in 2019 if it were never changed, because we'd have done it so many times. But it could have been expanded upon. Villages, for example, could allow you in if you made them an offering. But no matter how you look at it, surviving the first or any night following isn't a concern if you have beds. And Mojang are so determined to make you use them that you'll be attacked by a swarm of deadly phantoms if you don't sleep for long enough.
I fucking hate phantoms. I hate them. I will never understand the purpose of them. Probably the single-handedly worst change ever in Minecraft.
They punish you for not skipping the challenge. Just don't use it.
They punish you for not skipping the challenge. That's bonkers. Who thought of that?
Is a bad argument. Most people, even those aware, are going to use the easiest option to get out of danger regardless. Kids especially. They aren't considering the effects of beds, they're just using the tools provided to them. It was bad form to say just don't use it 2 years ago, but now with phantoms it's plainly ridiculous. Being attacked by a swarm of beefy mobs for not sleeping is a gun to your head. Removing beds isn't an option. The solution, I think, is dangers that aren't unique to nighttime. Pillager raids is one of them. Weather could present others. Is danger not the reason?
See, that's valid, and that is something we have worked on in Rebirth of the Night. But there's also another option is de-incentivizing the use of beds. Not just adding dangers to the daytime, but, you know, having players not use beds because they choose to not use it because it makes the game harder, or in their specific situation, it would not benefit them. Like in RotN, there's an extra day towards the fucking invasion, or you lose a shit ton of hunger, or the effects that you get from waking up. You get like mining fatigue for like 20 seconds or whatever. I know that's not much, but still.
We started mining in the first place? Did we not seek iron and diamonds for the purposes of survival? We did. Danger was what pushed us to interact with Minecraft's systems. Now, the biggest danger is gone, and with it goes the biggest chunk of the game's depth. Most affected is building. To show that Minecraft has depth, let's take desert temples. Goal is to get to the loot without being blown to pieces. In a normal game, you might have an ability wheel, and there'd be 1 or 2 ways to do so. But Minecraft is no normal game. There's 1,000 creative solutions, at least 10 of which are good, each with benefits and drawbacks. But none of the relevant ones require a whole lot of thought. Survival
10? What he just did just there is the only possible best way to do it. I mean, maybe if you don't have a pickaxe, but then it's... No, I don't think that applies.
Minecraft was capable to some degree of inciting
Water bucket?
Thought on a larger scale. Building something that looks nice is very often a minor architectural challenge, cool use of half blocks, trapdoors, and colors. But building something defensible, practical, typically takes a more creative manipulation of your environment. Moats, walls, traps, battlements, using mountains as cover. I happened upon a YouTuber called Mumbo Jumbo recently, and his redstone videos are certainly impressive. But today, what in-game goals do his designs meet? Let's describe looking at someone else's house in 2009. Wow, she's built a lava moat. Oh cool, that guy's built a trap with pressure pads. He's using a greenhouse to protect his crops. And now in today's age, wow, that guy's looked up basic suburban house tutorial on YouTube. Or, wow, they've carved a small hole into the side of a hill.
This is what people did back then too.
Hole into the side of a hill. Slight exaggeration, but the point is, with no danger on the overworld, our biggest goal has disappeared. So you haven't got much of a reason to build anything above the bare minimum. You don't need protection of any kind if you have 3 wool. Let me reiterate. While you objectively have more freedom in today's age, the lack of danger gives you far fewer reasons to seize it. Village and Pillage has reignited some of that survival building spark last seen all the way back in Alpha. Pillager raids means villagers require protection, and most villages are highly indefensible upon generation, so there's a reason to fortify if you want the people to survive. You can also have your very own custom-built village if you're willing to transport and breed inhabitants, which encourages construction of gates, watchtowers, or anything else you can think of. The more appropriate name for the mode would be survival of some random villagers with bad AI who like to get themselves killed. I kid. No, the most appropriate name for the mode would be Conquest. Minecraft was about resource gathering for the sake of survival. Terraria is about dominating ever-increasing levels of evil through overwhelming power. With the constant introduction of structures that the player can investigate, conquer, loot, take as their own, manipulate in any way, Minecraft becomes more like Terraria. You used to spend the first few nights mining or building. Now you either do that or you just find a village to annex. Back then you'd gain your strength to survive the nights and build a more practical dwelling. Now you get some diamond kit, go to the nether, raid a fortress for potion making material, enhance yourself through enchanting and brewing, raid the stronghold, murder the ender dragon, steal its egg, raid a mansion, maybe raid an ocean monument, maybe raid an end city. Minecraft has dusted its focus on survival and towards its focus on being like Terraria. Why? Terraria executes conquest progression masterfully. Minecraft's tripping over its shoelaces. An example of
this I totally agree with. Oh, he's gonna go into the Wither. I agree with everything here. And a big part of RotN is also conquest. RotN isn't really survival or conquest. It integrates both of them. We talk about this on the main Curse Forge page, how RotN integrates both survival aspects and conquest into its gameplay loop. Yeah, no, the bosses are a joke, yeah. Hi, Hoodie! Why then bother with potions? In hardcore mode, you need potions, but in the generic, or the regular game, not really. How this guy wants Minecraft to be a survival game. If you think of it as a creative game, Minecraft's gameplay loop makes more sense. I still think the Minecraft's gameplay loop still applies. Or, at the very least, there can be two different game modes for Minecraft.
that would be one of Minecraft's still gaping flaws, the Wither. To fight the Wither, Minecraft's other boss, you need to farm anywhere from 100 to 400 Wither skeletons, which can take well over 24 Earth hours. The reason you then fight it is for its unique drop, the Nether Star. This is used to make a beacon, which are beyond understanding. So, to put it simply, the beacon is a power transmitter.
Are they reworking the beacon in 1.17? If they're not reworking the beacon in 1.17, I'm gonna lose my mind. I will absolutely lose my mind.
Those powers are chosen and then emitted in a specific radius around the beacon. But it needs power, from both a pyramid of materials and being directly fed them. A 3x3 pyramid consisting of 81 iron, gold, emeralds, or diamonds will give the chosen power a radius of 20 blocks. That's 81 iron, a day of farming, and a boss fight for either haste or speed in a worthless range. The next level up is 306 iron, then 747, then 1476.
You know, something I've just realized is a lot of this grinding is part of Minecraft, actually, in general, because it feels like you do a lot of grinding in Minecraft for a little bit of improvement or for an aesthetic change. That's why people grind, but people do it because Minecraft still has that charm, I guess. You know, you still want to be able to do everything and you want to flex on your friends or something with your fucking
increasing the radius from 20 to 30.
That's why people build netherite beacons.
What on earth? Maybe the clock at Mojang HQ broke on April Fools. I didn't think I'd be speechless in this video, but here we are. For another couple examples, the dungeons. Ocean monuments take quite a while to get to, and quite a bit of prep to fight through. Yet it rewards 8 gold blocks. What are you meant to do with 8 gold blocks? Open a watch store? End cities are a considerable challenge, and the loot is reflective of that position. Enchanted diamond gear and a...
Do the guardians drop anything? I don't recall. Like the boss guardians? Do they drop anything?
Glider. But woodland mansions take longer to get to, are harder
thanks
to the Vexes, and 9 times out of 9, the loot you'll get from the temples on your 3-hour journey there will be more valuable than everything in the mansion combined. Mojang aren't incapable of doing conquest progression. It has breathed life into the game. There's actually something to do. Lots of things to aim towards, to prepare for. This constant stream of higher and higher goals gives reason to interact with Minecraft's systems, to improve. It works. But it took him almost a decade to get conquest progression anywhere close to competent, and the Wither is still a laughingstock. It shouldn't have totally replaced any focus on survival, which has been neglected into non-existence. Without survival as a goal, the game's depth comes from
Butter. So what do the blocks do? The blocks are just there for aesthetic. It's just there because the blocks, because it's a new block that you can't get anywhere else. That is inherently the reward. I understand that, but I really think that is a dumb idea to go about it.
conquest goals presented by structure.
That's the same thing with Nether cities right now, actually, in RotN. You know, Nether cities do have other uses, but currently, like in 2.77, you know, it's mainly there for the pretty blocks, so you get it and you put it in your base. Obviously, we're gonna change that.
Structures and bosses, and while they can encourage very creative solutions, meeting those goals rarely puts as much emphasis on the use of Minecraft's core gameplay loops, building most of all. In my opinion, if they continue to push this focus, the next step should be encouraging just that, building. As of now, the only thing you need is a small hole with a door on the front, a farm and enchanting room as an added bonus. Conquest progression could add reasons to build. Terraria uses NPC housing for that purpose. I'm sure Mojang can think of something. Here's another question. What separates your first mining trip from your 3000th? Very little. The only thing that keeps the experience engaging is the possibility of finding diamonds, the uncertainty of the cave generation, and whether or not you'll encounter a mob spawner or an abandoned mineshaft. For 8 years, this has been the same. Minecraft stoutly refuses to expand on its best offering gameplay-wise, but seems happy to introduce new elements that change the focus of the game. Villages, beds, raids, mansions, monuments were all prioritized, but introducing a new ore in a game called Minecraft for the first time in 8 years? Guess not. Emeralds don't count, they're so rare and so worthless as ore they might as well not exist. Expanding upon mining is no doubt one of Mojang's greatest fears. They need to give new resources reasons to exist, and that means a lot more content to think about. Worse still, the rarity of diamonds has reached and exceeded cult status. Mojang cannot one-up diamonds without undermining the game's identity, so they always have to look the same, behave the same, and be the most valuable resource. I still think the answer lies in depth. Literal depth. 64 blocks is far too few. Mine a stack of iron ore, make yourself some iron armor, and you're more than ready to deal with any danger at the lowest level.
Copper is another thing I would like to talk about, because that I know so far. Copper, one of their main uses is to make a copper rod that you put on top of your house, and lightning would strike on the rod instead of your house. And that's just exactly what I've been talking about. Is it's such a little tiny thing, just for like you would think they would be able to give it a use, but it's the same thing with beacons and the fucking wither, things like that. It's just such a tiny thing you don't need, and it's just there just to get it, you know? Charge creeper farms, but why? Why? To get the creeper heads or whatever they drop, like to put on your base for, again, aesthetic, for building. Everything, like Minecraft is practically creative mode now.
Levels of the world. It takes about 5 minutes to mine your way down to 12 and start stripping. Don't let Lionmaker hear you say that though. This might have been fine 10 years ago, but nothing can remain interesting for that long, and nothing should when it has this much potential. Terraria has proven that worlds can be far deeper and become far more dangerous as you go down without being frustrating. You aren't going to be equipped to survive the lowest levels of Earth for a long, long time. And that constant progression keeps mining interesting and fresh for far longer than Minecraft's does. It was a great idea that the Hell Dimension would literally be at the bottom of the Earth, and I still think it'd be cool if Minecraft did the same. You'd use obsidian for heat shielding instead of a portal. So how could Minecraft enjoyably flesh out a deeper world without just copying Terraria? I have a few suggestions. Firstly, more structures like abandoned mineshafts as you go down, such as the abandoned city of an ancient Enderman worshipping cult, or the ruins of a dead dwarven race.
This exists in RotN, by the way. Just like to point that out.
city of an ancient Enderman worshipping cult, or the ruins of a dead dwarven race. Get creepier with it as you get lower. Secondly, more resources with diamonds remaining the rarest. Thirdly, biome-specific caves and resources. Fourth, weirder cave generation with depth. And fifth, new dangers. Static dangers such as heat and radiation, plus dynamic dangers such as
Heat.
gas, cave.
Oh no. Lore leak? Anyway.
Collapse, enemy hordes, or something supernatural. Resources are the biggest challenge here, because Diamond Kit is about 1.5 times as good as Iron, so you have to vastly enrich the gap between good, Iron, and gooder, Diamond, with multiple new resources like silver, lead, and titanium, while making that progression fun and fresh. Obvious answer is to move the goalposts. You make diamonds far stronger to reflect its newfound rarity and use the updated resources to pad that out. Problem is, if you make diamond too strong, you remove the challenge from the game. Enchanted diamond armor already makes you a god. Go any higher than that, you might as well set the difficulty to peaceful. We can rebalance, make diamonds stronger, and enchants weaker, but there's gotta be limits. We don't need anything better than enchanted diamond is now. Sure, by putting diamond so much further down, you are making the game harder, because diamond isn't getting significantly better to match its new position. But I think a challenge in mining is something fans would welcome, when every other challenge in the game is entirely combat related. So, moving the goalposts causes issues. I have two strategies that don't. First, the few ores that fill the gap between iron and diamond need to be interesting. There's thousands of ways to do this, but just at a base level, lead could have radiation resistance, titanium could be as strong as diamond but slows you down, and silver could have anti-monster properties. So you'd have reasons to use them situationally. Second, fill any remaining gaps with loot rather than resources. Terraria already does this perfectly. Chests hidden in structures contain useful items, consumables, and unique gear, none of which are made from ores and ingots. We're looking at new items in the vein of name tags, horse armor, saddles, and enchanting books. Technically, you could have unique weapons without going off the rails by putting the traits of said weapon into an enchanting book. Now, I am not just saying be Terraria when not 5 minutes ago I criticized Mojang for it. I criticized them for taking 8 years to be worse, and for trying to be Terraria while not being Minecraft. Be both.
Roasted.
How else can Minecraft be the best it can be? Well, there is an answer to that question, albeit a difficult one. Mods. Mods are a common dismissal I hear of my issues with Minecraft.
Easy.
Yeah, but I don't think games should serve as bases for modders to come in and fix. I love Skyrim, partly because of its modding scene, but I give Bethesda no credit for it. And I give the game no credit just because its dumb flaws can be fixed by a third party. I don't intend on treating Minecraft any different, especially because it's only Java Edition players who are even going to get the choice. I'm critiquing Minecraft Vanilla, which is its own experience with its own potential. And what mods help Vanilla reach that potential? Not as many as you might think. Think of the most impressive mod packs around: Techit, Vaults, Thaumcraft.
RotN.
Minecraft Vanilla is about building, mining, and exploring in a fantasy world with medieval technology. Apart from Redstone, of course. These mod packs, and most mods in general, rarely seek to enhance Vanilla, but to add all manners of fantastical new content and secondary systems, a lot of which isn't exactly in line with fantasy world medieval technology. Nuclear reactors, quarries, intercontinental ballistic missiles, these are all really fun. And lots of mods do encourage survival building, but few stay in line with what vanilla Minecraft is. Few, not none. The Aether has always been a favourite. It breaks no conventions, simply being the heaven counterpart to the Nether. But unlike the Nether, there's something to it. 3 new ores which the developers understood should be interesting. Thanks to Gravitite's anti-grav properties, it's the only ore in the game that changes the way you mine it. There's multiple new mobs, including tameable mowers, and 3 new dungeons with 3 new bosses.
What fucking version of Aether is this? Like, because this looks... I remember playing this. This is not Aether 2. What fucking... This is Aether 2? Seriously?
Enemy types, mini-bosses.
I remember playing Aether, like, way back in the day. And it was way different. Is Aether 2 really that old?
Puzzles, fantastic loot. The Aether is a masterpiece, and were it not for the dialogue, it'd be a perfect expansion to vanilla Minecraft. Mo Creatures is another favourite. Clues in the name, it adds Mo Creatures, 60 to be exact, all of which look just as good as Mojang's work. Not the horses though, they're even better. If you spend enough time horse breeding in this mod, you can get your pack mule looking like a horse of the apocalypse. It's balanced, in line with vanilla, and remarkably engaging. There's more, I could keep going. If you're lucky enough to play on Java Edition, the best modding can do is add more content to vanilla. Mods regularly encourage building something other than a 2x1 hole with a door on the front, which
This is why I think RotN is where it is now. Because like he said, most mods and mod packs just add new content to the game. But there's not many mod packs that really rework Minecraft and its mechanics. And that's what RotN is doing.
Is a really good thing. It isn't good enough for our purposes or an excuse, but it is an excellent option if you want it. The bottom line of this video is that Mojang don't seem to know what to do with Minecraft, and it's hurting the game. They're happy to implement what would be considered mods over a huge stretch of time, but when it comes to innovating or even giving the player a reason to use Minecraft's most engaging gameplay loops, we see nothing. They don't need to act. Minecraft is the best-selling game of all time, but I still believe they should, because Minecraft is a remarkably special thing. I consider it to be among the greatest games of all time. It's surprisingly deep mechanically, and so often I use those words to describe a brutal combat system like Devil May Cry. It's a pleasure to be able to use them about a creative outlet. Well, to be fair, if you really think about it, the antics you can get up to in Minecraft makes hatred look moral, but I don't know if you're really supposed to think about it. I can never stay hooked for too long in this game. I always find myself drifting back towards games where I can blow stuff up, race fast cars, and get drawn into beautiful, complex narratives. I like to be able to look at a realistic Lamborghini, or a stunning artist's realization of a fantasy world. But where so many of those games are about darkness and bloodshed and war, it's nice to have access to a kind experience. It's truly a shame that Minecraft still struggles with its reputation. It's not fair on the good ones, or Mojang, or the players, but Minecraft YouTuber has connotations, and we always stigmatize anything associated with cringe.
Welcome back to another episode of my Minecraft Let's Play. So, I found a cave and it's pretty cool. I found some iron.
This was
and,
me.
Oh, there's some diamonds.
This was me back then. Not gonna
Two
lie.
diamond.
This, unfortunately, is a curse cast upon all games that appeal to kids. I've spent a lot of time watching Minecon cringe compilations and a lot more time internally combusting at the thought of listening to a Minecraft parody.
Okay, this part is actually really good. I mean, it's... Oh my god! No, don't do it! No!
It's a curse that is unlikely to break for any such game. Some deserve it, but I don't think this is one of them. For channel OGs, you might know that this video is a remake of a two-part
The Dying of the Night? Wait.
series I had back up in 2017. That's the channel's deepest, darkest secret. There's a reason
Is that what the title came from? Rebirth of... Yo! Because the night was dying, but then the night got rebirthed. Yeah.
I took them down. I can barely bring myself to watch them today. Cringe? No. Awfully written and voiced? Oh yeah. Wastefully long too.
Okay, that's the end of that. I think no, it was. I think it was more about the kids' reaction to that. But yeah, that was a good video. This is the next video in the series, and this is where he talks about RotN. Yeah, RotN is actually talked about in this video. I think, right? Is it this video? I think it's this video. I don't know if I can remember. Yeah. Also, I saw somebody mention, RotN should be its own game. Joke's on you. RotN is its own game. Bada bing, boom, kapow. It's not out yet. This is not RotN. This is a screenshot of another game. Yeah, I'll be talking more about this. I have a big announcement concerning RotN Standalone next week. I think next week or the following week. So stay tuned for that. You guys will get more information about this. All right. But yeah, it's on the website, so you can check it out there. Will I ever do a Kickstarter? That is something I will be talking about. No, I will not be announcing a Kickstarter next week, but that's something we're thinking about, so there you go.
The only thing more satisfying than building your house in Minecraft is building your house in IRL. Well, I can't help you with that, but I can help you make it look good. Pixel until today. If yes, I told the subject again unless I had something meaningful to say. I'm confident that I do. I think I found the missing link. and I think I know how to fix it. After I published
Nope,
a serious
Millie.
critique of Minecraft and it reached a wider and wider audience, the comments started peeling apart into two distinct categories. Those who sung praise, who believe I had put into words exactly what they were thinking when they quit Minecraft, and those who called me a cunt. Okay, to be fair, that was a minority. The other group was those who believed that Minecraft didn't need balance or progression or improved game mechanics because the entire point was simply to be creative. There are those who view Minecraft as a game, and there are those who view Minecraft as a sandbox. Or to put it into more technical terms, there are the extrinsically motivated and the intrinsically motivated. We need to view them as two groups, but more accurately they're two extremes on a spectrum. Do you act because it's personally rewarding to do so, or because you seek to earn rewards and avoid punishment? I think it's safe to say that younger audiences have far more intrinsic motivation than older audiences. I think the fact that Minecraft's original audience, the class of '09, has aged 10 years since then, is part of the reason why so many of them have become distant from Minecraft. They're far less intrinsically motivated, far more extrinsically motivated, and that's where Minecraft is weak. Though intrinsic motivation may be relevant to a game's worth, it is irrelevant to commentary on game design. Suggestions for where the game might go though, there it becomes a lot more important. The problem I believe Mojang faces is that while you can provide additional intrinsic motivation with new blocks, new colors, new commands, and such without disadvantaging the extrinsically motivated, the reverse is not true. You increase extrinsic motivations, you remove beds to reintroduce the fear of the night, and this alienates the intrinsic audience.
Yep.
How do you fix Minecraft's flawed game design without in some way hurting what Minecraft is so uniquely good at? Well, you'd think by telling the intrinsic crowd to sod off back to creative mode and let survival mode be about survival. But this isn't a viable solution. This is a case where the two groups model is flawed, and you have to consider people a little closer to the middle. I'm now aware
Guys,
that
it's
there's a
RL
pleasure
crap,
in
no
having
way.
made the journey from nothing to something. There's a satisfaction in having collected the building blocks, literally, of what you intend to make. Well then, tell them to play in peaceful mode and that'll be that. Just turn off the danger if survival doesn't please you. But isn't there a pleasure in having to fight, to some degree, for what you've collected? Perhaps it's more rewarding to raid an ocean monument if there's something there that doesn't approve. I think easy survival mode today services the intrinsically motivated very, very well, so making drastic leaps in any aspect of survival to service the extrinsically motivated will inevitably disadvantage some. That's what necessitates a distinction between a true survival mode and whatever it is we have now. In a serious critique of Minecraft, I argued that today's survival mode shouldn't be called survival. It was an inappropriate title, so
Okay,
we'll
hero.
have to rename it. Well, I wouldn't have made this video if I didn't think I had a solution. But given the scale of the situation, it's certainly worth understanding the critiques of a serious critique of Minecraft. The most common comment I got was, "You don't understand Minecraft," or something along those lines. It was always from an intrinsically motivated player who believed that the point of Minecraft was just creative expression. I never intended that video to be an evaluation of Minecraft as software, simply to be a focused criticism of Minecraft as a game. But I cannot deny, I didn't even consider the intrinsic side for any more than 15 seconds without making that video. I certainly identify with the crowd who have drifted from the initial creative appeal. What do those people see that they think I don't? I've always seen it, but I've taken it for granted. We've all heard the talk. Minecraft is a creative sandbox where the only limit is your imagination. At this point, we're no longer talking about a game, we're talking about a sandbox. The intrinsically motivated's objectives are their own, and that's why it's so hard to consider when you're not among them. Well, since this isn't a critique of game design, I'd like to take the appreciation of Minecraft as a creative sandbox to a level beyond building a giant phallus or a self-aware AI. Minecraft as a sandbox serves far more than the players. I appreciate the game more as a sandbox for developers. In the same way I appreciate
I
Skyrim
know.
and Roblox. If you have a creative vision, you can realize it on this simple engine, without the force of a 500-head development team. You don't need to be an artist to create textures for objects. You don't need to be Mr. Robot
False information? False. I mean, you don't have to be, but making good textures is not easy.
to code their behavior. You don't need to e-beg YouTubers to promote your game, because the distribution network is already there. It's never been easier to mod than it is now. I know of several Skyrim modders who are in full-time games employment because they were able to demonstrate their skill on the accessible
Yeah. Hey Mojang, what's up? I'm joking. I was reached out to somebody from Microsoft, and I rejected it because I didn't want to work in the traditional corporate job atmosphere. I also wanted to finish RotN, so.
Base Skyrim provides, and I know that Dr. Zark, the creator of Mo Creatures, has collaborated with Mojang in the past. It's not a dead end, and if you've got the passion, Minecraft can allow a brilliant idea to transform into a fantastic gaming experience that might just be seen by thousands. It's certainly limited, the engine is restrictive and horribly optimized, but just look at what people have done with custom maps and mods alone. They've changed a solid base into something magnificent. Minecraft's accessibility does games a service. If you don't believe me, even the Bobby Big Cheeses of the games industry have demonstrated the game's value as a developmental sandbox with ray tracing. The simplicity of Minecraft contrasts so greatly with the bleeding-edge Titan technology of real-time ray tracing, that now, Minecraft, the worst-looking game in the world, is the best-looking game in the world. I think it's a sign of the end times that I can no longer tell the difference between a Minecraft screenshot and real life. I might be slightly exaggerating, but I'm not when I tell you that I was blown away when I saw this tech in action for the first time. A ray-traced playthrough is certainly on the bucket list. In a serious critique of Minecraft, I proposed a few suggestions as to how Mojang could fix the problems I saw with Minecraft. There's no mechanical point in building a damn thing, and there's nowhere to set your sights after the pushover of a final boss. The fixes I proposed were fairly simple. Speed up the updates, more dimensions, proper balance, more farms, reworking or removing phantoms, cave update, everyone wants that.
Phantoms.
We can make all these small changes thinking inside the box, and we might have fixed Minecraft's game design for the extrinsically motivated while the intrinsically motivated remain happy with the fact that Minecraft is just Minecraft. But I think we can do better. I think we can breathe new life into conquest progression, with mechanics that serve both audiences at the same time. Minecraft is a canvas, the world is your palette, but maybe that's a problem. What good is a painting of a castle? They say Minecraft's only limit is your imagination. I disagree. You can realize anything, but only in form, never in function. What good is
That's
a
a
castle
fact.
with no men to guard it, with no king to rule it, with no enemies to attack it, and no people for it to protect? What good is a ship if you can't sail it? What Minecraft truly lacks, as a commenter pointed out to me, is simple: dynamics. A dynamic is a system of cause and effect. AI reacting to the player, AI reacting
Why can't you learn that your actions have consequences? Sorry.
to other AI.
Hi, Doc.
For example, villagers going inside when it's rainy is an example of a dynamic system. Animals reacting to seasons, if they existed, would be another. All combat is dynamic. Since dynamic systems typically intertwine with one another like an ecosystem of mechanics, a very small action can cause a very large effect. As if the reactive gameplay and decision-making found in combat were blown up to a world scale. For example, if I were to burn down a forest, then a village dependent on that forest couldn't burn logs in the winter, so they die of cold, so their rivals get a larger share of resources, so they thrive. That's an incredibly profound effect. Imagine how a skilled player could play strings in just the right way to get the most out of any situation. Imagine how deep and interesting and expressive such gameplay could be. Properly incentivize it and you've got your extrinsic players satisfied.
So I want to just preface that a lot of what he's describing here is currently not possible in any sort of mods or Minecraft, and is likely will never be possible in Minecraft. Just because of how much of a sandbox it is, like even with mods. But a lot of what he describes here is something that I could very well see to be added into Rebirth of the Night standalone. I think it's actually a really good interpretation that Rebirth of the Night standalone is, or our plan, our idea and goal for it is pretty much summed up in this video. At least a lot of the aspects. So, yeah.
But the thing is with dynamics, they are so good at making a world feel alive. Perhaps it was short-sighted to believe that I couldn't critique Minecraft's intrinsic factors. If we play our cards right, I think we could not only make Minecraft a vastly deeper game, but also expand the creative sandbox tenfold. That is my goal today. Dynamic game mechanics will be properly incentivized, their use will allow for creative expression, and as per their nature, they will never be forced upon the player. So where do we start? 1.14 was the Village and Pillage update. Let's do it again. First, we expand. Villagers require resources, and they harvest them sustainably where they can. Every villager will actually do their job, not just for cosmetics, but because the group needs them to. Additionally, villagers will have relationships with neighboring villages and a reputation mechanic, taking any observed action from the player into account. The player factors in primarily through hiring. You can now buy villagers' loyalty with high rep, emeralds, or pledges of protection. See where this is going? Jobs on offer are entirely under player control. Though there would be a preset menu for simplicity's sake, you can find control timings, the activation prerequisites, and the target. Logical, refined UI design. Perhaps defining deforestation zones with markings on a map. And blueprinting bells with an upgraded scaffolding system. You could have them hunt spiders but only at night, mine gold but only during the day, or stand in a specific spot and only engage mobs within a 15-block radius. Any action you can do, they can.
What mod is this again? We used to get, this mod used to be suggested to Rebirth of the Night. Like this village overhaul. A lot of what he describes here is actually in this mod, but it's either very incompatible or unfinished. Techtopia, that's right. Techtopia used to be recommended so many fucking times. Hi, Chris. Welcome, welcome.
You
It's a
need
good
only
mod.
assign a bed, a chest, and the right payment. With this simple expansion, options expand 1,000-fold. If villagers can pledge loyalties, then surely the
literally
player can
ungirl.
build their own country. If villager housing is under our control, then we can bring our own cities to life. Now we can man a castle with archers and warriors. We have a citizenry to protect. Hey, as a stretch goal, we could have a living economy. Additional improvements might include expanding the villager experience system, allowing the equipment of better weapons and armor, and the ability for experienced villagers to train inexperienced ones with time. I think having a job that has a villager go out and hire more for a specific task would be fantastic. I'll tell you what, this would be a nightmare if I
Argama Witch? What is that? Thank you for the follow. I use Mine Colonies. I have not used Mine Colonies before, but I know it has things like you can tell villagers to... Or not villagers, but I don't even know what they are. Humans. To do certain things. I will be using it in Shiny Pack, though. Add guns? RotN has guns. Everybody's like, add guns to RotN. And I'm like, bitch, it's already in RotN.
hadn't found Techtopia.
And there's gonna be more guns.
Before collecting the footage. It gives a brilliant visualization of the kind of thing I'm looking for. Let's demonstrate a couple more possibilities. In my vision, villagers would always gather resources sustainably where possible. But what if two villages are in competition? Along the player might come to burn down the rival village, ensuring that their own survives. But one villager jumps on a horse and bolts. They warn the neighboring villagers of your villainy. That's gonna shoot up the emerald price of loyalty, so let's play it smarter. Pillagers still exist. We'll find a camp, burn it down, and get bad omen. Now we simply waltz on into the rival village to trigger a raid. The pillagers are attacking, so you can't be held responsible. Let's go further. We allow the pillagers to raid for a while, but then we step in. Perhaps even with a couple soldiers. We save the rivals, and for doing so, we're viewed as a hero. Loyalty in the bag. They'll never know it was us who orchestrated the attack in the first place. Let's think about some more possibilities. Villagers need resources to survive, so we could brew a plague that only affects pigs, lace it on arrows and shoot it into their pig pen at night. Perhaps that forces the huntsman to go into the nearby woods for food, which is where we've set a trap. Perhaps we could break the village walls at night, allowing monsters to pour in and do the job for us. Of course, every empire falls. If you take a brutal approach to amassing your subjects, the reputation might cause all non-loyal villagers to band together under their own flag. They might just do it to challenge your power.
It's just literally fucking Civilization in fucking Minecraft. Goddamn. RotN doesn't have traditional guns, but in 4.0 I'll be introducing like musket-based guns and pirate guns. But it does have like magic-based guns and things like that.
An enemy army would raid your less defensible settlements, and unless you put a stop to that, they'll come in full force to your largest. Just like that, defensible building becomes logical. A castle can serve its function. All those soldiers you trained? Well, they're put to the test. Can you imagine being killed in a siege, and having to raise another army to take the castle you built back? Maybe you laced it with TNT for a situation just like this. Can you imagine the tactics? Let's get this straight. This AI we're talking about, it's not some next generation alien technology. It's been done, just never in a game with this much potential. The question then becomes, why? Why make an empire? Sure, it's cool, it's rewarding, but power for the sake of power is intrinsic, not extrinsic. What's the point? Well, that's where the new dimensions come in. Aether, Twilight Forest, some kind of Lovecraftian
Please no
nightmare,
Twilight Forest.
doesn't matter, as long as it's otherworldly. We'll need our resources to thrive in the new dimensions
The
and
fuck
kill
is
their
that?
associated bosses. Why? Because we've fixed the beacons, which also gives the Wither a more pronounced purpose. With a big enough pyramid, or perhaps with enough materials, that beam opens a portal in the sky, just like in Avengers. We could also use the beam as a forge. Perhaps it can power some kind of contraption into which you pour resources in exchange for vastly more powerful weapons
that's
and
cool.
armor.
That's
Any
cool.
idea works here, just as long as what you've worked for has a purpose. For once, this would be an extrinsic goal that isn't just more content, more to see or do, because it allows for intrinsic creative expression. You build your settlements however the hell you want. You can come up with any creative plan to gain loyal followers or destroy your enemies. We've got to be careful though, because the entire point of what we're doing here is expanding the game without hurting anyone. So it's important to allow players to not participate. Survival's no good for choice, because if you choose to not survive, you just sort of die. Conquest will always allow you to not pursue it. You don't have to get to the portal, you aren't going to be bullied with any of the new systems. You're not going to come back to your little wooden house one night to find it's been burnt down by barbaric villagers, unless you do something major to piss them off. If we're introducing new cosmetic blocks, chuck them down in the nether. That's not a difficult dimension. The other thing we don't want to do is take away all the focus from mining and exploration. What's important for a sandbox is freedom, and that means this command and conquer village dynamic is not the only way forward. Firstly, let's not drown
That's something that is definitely thought about in RotN, and something I heavily thought about when first integrating a lot of these progression mechanics, is that you don't really have to do it. You're not going to be punished for not doing it. And so at the beginning of the game in RotN, you know, it's not like nobody's going to burn your house down, or super difficult mobs aren't going to spawn and things like that. You have to trigger it first. And so you have to be actively involved in the conquest mechanics in order for those things to be a possibility. So people that just want to farm or just want to build, they can. That's why early game in RotN is not supposed to be, super difficult.
ourselves in automation. You can't ask a villager to pop up a perfect castle, but they can slowly replicate things like walls or standard villager housing. Secondly, mining. Basically, cave update, innit? We've already been over this in the first video. A far deeper limit using cubic chunks, depth-dependent cave generation, stronger mobs the lower you go, biome-specific caves, more
those
resources as long
spiders.
as they're interesting, far more underground structures with weird
Jesus Christ. Look at this fucking build. I hate this, but I love it.
with weirdness, danger and reward increasing with depth, and more interesting dangers. Heat and radiation, pick one, doesn't matter which. It's now a static effect throughout the entire underground after a reasonable level.
We don't
There's
have
a
it
smooth
either.
transition. You gotta wear a certain standard of armor to survive, which will increase tension and create some exciting gameplay, because if it breaks, you'll need to leg it back to safety. Might encourage different approaches to mining. The extremely rich resources at the most dangerous levels of the Earth are enough, if gained in a reasonable amount, to power up the beacon and prepare you for what lies on the other side. As a side note, since only those extensively mining would be strong enough to get to the bottom of the world, but everybody needs the nether to construct a beacon, the nether will remain as is, accessed via a portal. It's crucial for where possible to mechanically incentivize everything that expresses creativity. For mining, this is damn difficult. It's why I've been saying where
Cryogen.
possible. How do you express creativity when you're holding left click on the same blocks every time? That's the million-dollar question. The best idea I've got are as follows. Thanks to the Minecraft abnormals for this one. New types of explosive. Explosives that bore tunnels, get rid of lava. High explosives that make big impacts, but spawn lava and fire. Mining explosives to double up on resources from the same vein. I think it would create a kind of mad scientist playstyle to add variety to our oh-so-familiar go down to 12 and start stripping. My other idea is increasing the impact of exploration on the underground. We've already discussed new structures, but let's ensure they're actually interesting. How about a maze? Now, of course, you can mine through mazes, but here, every block contains silverfish. Not many to begin with, but once you've mined, say, 20, you're swamped. It's like a Black Friday and a BTS concert rolled into one. You could navigate
actually
it
a really
as
good idea.
intended. You could even
I actually
blow
really
its
like
nuts
that.
off with TNT. Lots of room for player expression. I really think this is the right ballpark for any new structures. The final type of gameplay to look at is indeed exploration. First things first, let's at the very least give the impression of a breathing, dynamic world. Wind's gotta blow, animals have gotta migrate and travel in more believable numbers. Predators need to be more plentiful and have better AI. Birds gotta chirp. Let's just straight up rob Mo Creature's horses. There's gotta be seasons, mods have already proven how beautiful that can be, and animals in this case could dynamically react to that. You could find a bear in a cave hibernating for winter, or a
So actually something I really have wanted for RotN was for animals to react to seasons, and I actually made a feature request to Animania, but the Animania dev has never, you know, integrated anything like that, but it was something we wanted, so.
hibernating squirrel that'd pop out of a tree if you break it. So, how does this get us our beacon? Well, if you find the right type of carrot, no, I'm kidding. Mojang are already doing it with woodland mansions and ocean monuments. There would be a wealth of new rare dungeons that get you better and better loot. I'm talking good loot, Terraria type loot, Deus Ex type upgrades, not just basic stat boosts. Each one contains a map to either a dungeon of similar quality or of higher quality. Follow the maps for long enough and you'll eventually find yourself at, let's say, Herobrine's castle. Fight through it, kill the white-eyed whippersnapper himself, and you'll get a resource good enough to open the portal. You could of course make this siege easier with hired villagers. Just like mining, coming up with systems in which you can express yourself is difficult. Because what are you doing aside from walking? You can introduce dynamics to breathe life into the world, but for it to do what villages can, players need some level of influence. The best I've got is the following 3 ideas. Ships, plants, and horses. I'm sure ships has been done years ago with mods. The idea being you don't have to use this rinky-dink litter box. You can construct a ship however the hell you please, and depending on a couple of factors, it'll sail. Factors being weight, a simple buoyancy calculation using empty space under the waterline, and how streamlined it is. You can hire villagers to sail with you, perhaps even to man TNT cannons. Though
We'll re-add ships in 4.0, I think. Maybe earlier, but definitely in 4.0.
there is always redstone for that. Naval combat with Minecraft's creativity and destructibility. Can you imagine the multiplayer? The appeal of ships would of course be mass transport, but also accessing an ocean dungeon like the Tower of the Gods from Wind Waker. You could sneak past the guarding ships with a boat, but it would be easier to fight them head on. That's ships. Let's look at our 5-legged friends. Extensive horse breeding. You certainly can't, you know, perform the act on the go, but you sure can collect the ingredients. I like the idea of traveling to faraway lands in search of some kind of mythical beast like a unicorn. Maybe breeding it with something else to get a Pegasus. Breeding would control color, speed, size, health, horns, wing shape, so you could get fairly expressive with it. And flying, if balanced with a stamina bar, sure sounds like a good mechanic.
Unicorns and Pegasus and all these fucking types of horses actually are planned to be added in 3.1.
Reward. I propose the exact same concept for trees and crops too.
The fuck
You'd
is that,
breed them in
diamond
search of the
tree?
ultimate food. It'd give you a hell of a reason to farm, and to explore in search of the best species. Imagine breeding a golden apple tree, you could reenact the Bible. So now we've expanded upon the sandbox and integrated every such system into our game design. What do we do after we've accessed that portal dimension? Will it just be a chain of tougher and tougher dimensions? We can't replicate these systems for every one, can we? No, I don't think we can. I think whatever dimension the portal leads to has to be near enough the end, because progression will get repetitive and you will get bored. So how do we integrate the end, I mean the literal end, into this equation? It'll make no sense if there's a tougher dimension than the end, because the end is the end. Well, I've moved it.
No.
Remember Dark Souls? Keep that in
False.
mind. In the portal dimension, there's a boss, and among the many rewards for slaying that boss is a ring. In this vision of Minecraft, bedrock is breakable. So we break it, and down we fall into the abyss. At any other time, you just fall out of the world and die. But with the ring equipped, we continue to fall, and fall, and fall, and fall, until we reach it. The end. I'm trying to go for something intimidating here, so no more of this ugly-ass cheese-looking rock.
That's what I've been saying for fucking like so many months in a row. I've been like, we need to change the texture for Endstone. Everybody's like, nah, but the end stone looks fine. And I'm like, it looks like cheese. Our savior, White Light, said it. And we finally changed it for 3.0, so yay.
Trees made from shadows sounds cool. As you'd expect, the Ender Dragon is still
Trees made from shadow. Wow, so edgy.
there, and most certainly, so is the end poem. I think the meaning of the end poem is a beautiful reward in itself, and I think an extrinsic reward might undermine it. But let's stick abyssal weapons and armor in the end cities as the true endgame gear. For something intrinsic, let's go back to that portal. In
Ender
whatever
rat?
the portal dimension originally was, you would have seen a huge field of strange-looking artifacts. Now they're all active. It's a dimensional switchboard, a field of portals like that one episode from Primeval. Everyone
Okay, I just want to say, I know I mentioned earlier a lot of this could be in RotN standalone, but a lot of this is fucking no. It's a little bit bullshit. I mean, it's another interpretation of what I guess you could do, but like the abyss thing with like equipping the ring, and the beacon portal, and
leads to an
I don't know.
entirely new randomly
Dimensional
generated
doors.
world.
Guys,
Just like JX
we'll add dimensional doors in 4.0, I think, but we'll add it. There, damn.
X's proposition. Biome properties, colors, tree size, day-night cycles, resources, animals, the number of suns, the size of the suns, the state of the villages from ruin to thriving, gravity, the terrain gen, all randomly generated. I imagine this wouldn't be a monumental task. It sounds like a matter of tying an RNG to a bunch of values, so don't expect the resources to be much more than reskins. Endermen would also be common to all new realms. The idea of this is an infinite loop of new game pluses but with some added variation. You could never get more powerful, but you could always explore new wonderful worlds, like No Man's Sky, which we should definitely be taking inspiration from. It'll be fine. For the finishing
But No Man's Sky is like there's a bunch of different planets, but they all start to feel the same even though they're different. And I think the same thing would happen here.
Why not think about a light narrative element? The Endermen are pretty much the only thing Minecraft has going lore-wise. It's important that we leave them as an open mystery, but it would be a waste of potential if we didn't go somewhere with it. In previous versions of Minecraft, villager clerics sold ender pearls, implying there was some kind of dodgy Lovecraftian worship afoot. Let's bring that back, though this is the time for subtlety. Let's scatter the ruins of an ancient Enderman worshipping cult throughout the underground. In the dimensional switchboard worlds though, that's the time for being overt. Let's show that the Endermen have a presence everywhere, that they truly represent something higher. If they are the personifications of the ending of all things, there should be worlds that are completely dead, no trees, always night. Perhaps
Yeah.
some of those populated entirely by Endermen. We could first imply that because of the existence of the dragon egg, we've only delayed the inevitable. All things come to an end, including our world. But then, there should be worlds with nothing more than a single sapling to show that death is also a beginning. Call it ridiculous, but I actually think Minecraft could be a vessel for a very strong, albeit basic, theme. I should certainly stress that these are just my own thoughts. The design philosophy is what's important, but anyone's creative concepts could work just as well or better. I think that nicely wraps up what I had in mind for improving on Minecraft's conquest progression. But what our approach hasn't done is provide extrinsic motivation through survival gameplay, as some might have expected. I think my first video gave a few people the impression that the only way Minecraft can provide extrinsic motivation is with survival, like we saw in Alpha. Or perhaps that it's the way Minecraft should. But Conquest works just as well. Terraria's proved that. It just doesn't feel the same. Even if we can elevate Conquest progression, does that mean we should abandon the gold mine that is survival? No. It'd be an insult to the game's history and its potential. The night will be reborn. I say will, it already has. Of all the things that drew me back to Minecraft, it was Chelonian Egghead that pulled the strongest. No, it's not a Sonic villain, it's the author of the Rebirth of the Night
117 downloads. Holy fuck. Wow, wait, hold on. Let me read this original description. For those who don't know, I am not the original creator of this. He essentially created the name and I did everything else. This is a collection of mods inspired by White Light's video, in which he outlines why Minecraft's focus has shifted from survival to a less than stellar conquest progression. He offers suggestions on how survival gameplay could be stored better than ever, and how conquest progression could be improved and complement the main survival gameplay. This mod pack intends to implement these suggestions as best as possible, using the very best that Minecraft modding community has to offer, without straying too far from Mojang's creative direction. Yep, a Rebirth of the Night, we're not straying too far from Mojang's creative direction. You know, diamonds will always be the best. You know. Yep. Yeah, no, the original goal for this mod pack has changed so much. Since you know, since this time.
Mod pack, a collection.
But it's still, I think it's still, you know, it still enhances survival.
Of mods that, though making attempts to enrich exploration and conquest progression, seek specifically to reintroduce the fear of the night to Minecraft, to create extrinsic incentive to build and awaken survival gameplay that's lied dormant since alpha.
Yep, I mean, that's all still true. That's all still true.
Showed me just how much power is in our hands. I've always appreciated the modding scene, but there's only so many out there that stay true to Mojang's creative vision. There's only so many out there that don't hurt the game as much as they help it. Rebirth of the Night showed me how delicate an art crafting a survival game really is. It's not as simple as remove beds or make mobs do more damage. When I first played Rebirth, tool durability was so harsh that for every stone pickaxe you made, 3 of the 6 blocks you could mine with it would have to be stone just so you could make another one. It was a nightmare. Things have since changed, and all of a sudden it felt
If anyone remembers that, you're a real fucking all the way back then.
like I was playing a whole new game. It goes to show that if any of the necessary systems are just a tad too tedious, everything else suffers. And I think it also goes to show that mod packs are a great but flawed way of fixing the game. Mods are not created with the same objective in mind, and so when they're put together, more than just files can conflict. Focus.
This is a really, really good point. And this is why RotN is one of the most unique packs, and it's not just because of its theme, but it's because of this exact fucking thing that he goes into.
Objective in mind, and so when they're put together, more than just files can conflict. Focuses can. One mod seeks to make Minecraft a light survival, the next seeks to introduce survival realism, but you'll probably find both in the same pack. Mods are without question the best.
So this is why he says mod packs are flawed way of fixing Minecraft. However, I'm going to be the one to change that. And that is why RotN gets a lot of the praise it does, because a lot of these packs don't do that. They combine these two mods, and the focus of these two mods are different. And our goal is to make everything feel like one. And like everything has the same focus. Like there's not a single mod that feels out of place. And not like, to my surprise, nobody else has really done that before. Even SevTech. And, you know, SevTech gets, you know, its praise, especially from the RotN community, but even that has that problem. So, becomes girl. Just change. Well, I've mentioned this before, Duck. A lot of mods don't change the core mechanics of Minecraft. What they do is add content to the game. Or they add mechanics. They don't change mechanics. Like for hunger is a really good example. You don't really see mods changing how the hunger mechanic inherently works. However, you see mods improving or adding on to the hunger mechanic. And what RotN is doing is RotN is changing a lot of these mechanics to improve the game. I will mention that White Light, you know, obviously he made this video, and this is how This is how RotN got its initial burst, by the way. Like, after he made this video, I think RotN must have got like 10,000 or more downloads from this video, just in like less than a month. And so this is why RotN blew up. And this is actually how I found out about RotN, was this video. I saw that he was talking about it, and I was like, oh, that's kind of sick. You know what? I'll go in the description. I'll check out RotN, and lo and behold, now here I am. But the last time he played RotN was 2.76, and he told us he would be making, I think he told us he would be making like a let's play video of the new and improved RotN, or a whole new video essay on RotN. And he told us that, or that's what he originally said. And he played in 2.76, but he only played for a little bit, and basically the outcome of that was, if you go to the CurseForge page and scroll down, go to Discord comments, his review is the top thing here. And it's him talking about playing 2.76, you know. And granted, like, it's a huge fucking difference. Was it 2.76? It might have actually been earlier, but it was a huge difference from what he played back then. And hear him say this, it feels like a lot of it, he's almost just saying it just for the sake of it. Either that, or he really didn't play it all that much. Like, he played like 1 or 2 nights, because back then there was a lot of glaring issues, and a lot of unfinished features. But he's saying, he's reviewing it as if it's fucking perfect. And I'm like, I can't wait until you get to play the new versions, like 3.0. And so what I'm hoping is that he still has an interest in Minecraft and still has an interest in Rebirth of the Night, and will come again during 3.0 and be like, holy fucking shit, this is insane, and absolutely blow his mind away, and possibly make a video that goes viral and easy. But yeah. Rebin is the old acronym for Rebirth of the Night. That was the old acronym, and it was terrible, and we changed it.
Best chance we've got. But they are not an easy solution. Making them is difficult, and organizing them is delicate. So was Rebirth of
I'm
the
really glad he recognizes that making a mod pack such as this is really delicate, and you need the proper mods for it. And you know, that's why we're commissioning a lot of mods to make Rebirth of the Night like what it's supposed to be.
The next seeks to introduce survival realism, but you'll have got. But they are not an easy solution. Making them is difficult, and organizing them is delicate. So was Rebirth of the Night successful at reintroducing that first night rush?
Thank you
well,
for
I'll
shiny.
tell you a story, and you can decide for yourselves.
I like what he's about to talk about here. Cryogen, thank you so much for the shiny. Thank you for 7 months.
On my first day, after a while of screwing about, night starts to fall. I look for some kind of shelter, but time runs out, cornering me in the base of a hill. There's nothing else for it. I try the old 2x1 hole with a door on the front technique. That doesn't work because the new mobs have logical AI. A creeper saw me go into my hole, so it blew up the entrance. My only torch is gone, but I still have enough room to block myself in. Except now, I start hearing noises. Burrowing, endermen, caves. They get louder and louder. This is the new fear mechanic, and I can't distinguish the delusions from the mobs trying to get in. Well, they do get in. A creeper blows up my hole, I'm forced out, zombies attack. Then another creeper comes along to finish the job. It's like a scene from a horror movie. Rebirth of the Night certainly lives up to its title, and when it's finished, it'll have made vanilla a vastly more interesting experience. I wonder though, does survival have to be...
So I find it interesting what he talked about is that he said the creeper saw him go into the hole and blew it up. That's not actually what happened. What happened is that creeper had X-ray vision and saw it, but yeah. But the fear mechanic used to be in it, and we actually removed the fear mechanic because I actually don't remember why we removed it, but I had a really strong opinion on removing it, so it's in the beneath now, so that's a thing.
Certainly lives up to its title, and when it's finished, it'll have made vanilla a vastly more interesting experience. I wonder
He
though,
needs to play
does
3.0.
survival have to be realistic, like RL Craft? Does it have to make use of the night? Survival just means not dying. The threat is what matters most. Thirst? I find that boring. Warmth restricts movement too much.
He fucking roasts RL Craft in this. Thirst? Boring. Warmth? Fucking too restrictive. Get the fuck out of here.
My idea, expanding on Luckland's idea from the comment section, is winter. Proper winter though, Game of Thrones winter. The
Proper
season cycle
winter.
would take a carefully balanced stretch of time. Every 24 days sounds fair. And when winter comes, you will face a number of challenges. The cold outside will freeze you to death without the right armor. There's a thick fog restricting visibility. Beds no longer work. Farms will die if left exposed, so will all friendly mobs. Torches will burn out, and most importantly, an army of enemy mobs will emerge from the mists who seek to break into your dwelling and kill you. AI shouldn't be a roadblock. The incredible Epic Siege mod proves it's doable. It'll be up to your creativity to build some.
This is gonna happen. One thing, 3.0. The mobs that he's talking about, the winter mobs, the winter invasion, that will be a thing, but that will be locked behind a game stage, so it won't happen every winter. But those winter mobs are that will occur, and the thing with like, if you stand outside, you will freeze over. Like more mechanics with the winter. That will be included in 6.0. That's a long ass time from now. I probably won't even be working on the mod pack by then, but maybe. But 6.0 is the season's update, in which we will be doing. It's the final update actually, and that's where we will introduce like really bad winter, punishments. Alpha Yeti? You mean the Frostmaw? Not even halfway there. Oh yeah, and 4.0 is probably gonna fucking take forever too. And then we have the Beneath update in 5.0. Dude, it's gonna be dude, Rebirth of the Night, it's gonna take a long ass time for it to be completely finished. 10.0. No, check our Trello. It's literally everything is on our Trello. Like, people don't read the Trello because there's so much fucking on here, but we literally have almost everything on here. The Age of Civilization update. We're going to be introducing currencies with coins. The Farlanders will be in here. Book time. I don't know what the fuck that means. Custom NPCs. Fucking Railcraft. 4.0. World Generation overhaul. That actually might come sooner. Treasure maps. Fucking Bibliocraft. Pirates with guns. More treasure. Shipwreck. Sky Ruins. The Skylands will be in 4.0. Difficulty will be increased the further you walk away from spawn. Like, there's so much here. Butterflies are actually already included. What the fuck? Illagers Plus. Vertical dimensions? Yeah. Creeping Nether. This keeps going. Beacon changes. Fishing rework. Moon stages. Waystones. Dimensional dungeons. Dimensional doors. Star Steel. Sun Steel. Find the Fae. This is gonna be a whole ass fucking thing. And it's all detailed here. It's all detailed here. Wildlands. Fucking archaeology is gonna be in this update. It's a fucking massive update. Yeah, no, it's gonna be archaeology. And then 5.0 is the Beneath update. This is gonna be the horror update. So lots of scary mobs, Beneath rework. And then 6.0 is the final update. Is the season and magic update. So you know, Electro Bob's Wizardry, which might come sooner. The Erebus is a new dimension. Season game stages where we can fucking do a bunch of crazy shit. A structure that creates itself during the winter. All this fucking good shit.
Something that will keep you safe during the long night. I think this would be great fun in Minecraft's 3D sandbox, especially if we've got our dynamic villages. You could show Game of Thrones what a real finale looks like. And to make things a little more interesting, let's have a mob that represents the Night King. You could get to a point where you're so well armed that you might be able to forge a path to the Night King. If you kill him, you free the world from the Winter Army forever. Snow stays, but no deathmatch. That would be this survival game mode's version of The End. What gets me really excited about this kind of idea is how good a player like Mumbo Jumbo would be. Those ingenious, pragmatic redstone contraptions would finally have an extrinsic value. You can imagine Mumbo's impenetrable bunkers and walking houses being put to the test.
Impenetrable bunkers. Yeah, okay. Build that in RotN and we'll see how impenetrable it is.
In a perfect world, we'd see 4 game modes. Conquest, which is the survival we have today with all our added systems. Adventure, which is today's survival with minor touch-ups. Survival, which is our new and improved extrinsically focused gameplay. And of course, creative mode. Permadeath remains toggleable for hardcore
Frostfall
playthroughs,
could have been.
and we also provide an option to turn off hunger on every mode bar survival, because it can slow creative processes down. The goal of this video was to present what I believe is the design philosophy Minecraft needs. It's
I penetrate Mumber's fucking bunker. Butter! Have I corrupted you, Butter? No, I mean, all that's going to be integrated in RotN. Like that winter shit, that's going to happen. It's just, Frostfall is just winters 24/7, but obviously that's not going to happen in RotN. But we want winter to be like a serious thing with lots of content. With not just winter, but the fall too. The fall has to do with the harvester, things like that. I'm just like this. Stoner, name checks out. That's the end of this video. Yeah, this is where, you know, it all started, I guess. Gonna be in RotN, god damn it. Hero, you just missed, you missed White Light talking about RotN, where he... Oh, you also missed the original mod page of RotN. Where is it?
I say will, it already has. Of all the things that drew me back to Minecraft, it was Cheloni and Egghead that pulled the strongest. No, it's not a Sonic villain, it's the...
That's actually really interesting that he said, like, out of all the things that pulled me back into Minecraft, it's Rebirth of the Night. And that fucking, those few words I have heard so many times of everybody saying, like, Rebirth of the Night brought me back into Minecraft. You know, things like that. And that's amazing, because if you go back to the original video, the first video in the series that we just watched, he talked about how all, you know, the people that used to play Minecraft back in the day have stopped playing because they don't find it interesting anymore. You know, there's no motivation for them to do anything. There's no more survival. And now here we make Rebirth of the Night, and now all of a sudden, all of those people come back and say, this is what it should be, or this is what brings me back into Minecraft. And that makes me really happy because we've accomplished the goal. That's, you know, it's just, you know, it makes me really happy. It's fucking awesome to see all the people coming back to Minecraft because of this mod pack. You know, it did the same for me. I stopped playing Minecraft, and then I saw this. I saw Rebirth in the Night, and I was like, oh fuck, I should join. I never stopped. You know, that's valid too. But a lot of the older people, I guess, like people fucking that, you know, played back then, I guess, like all the way back then in fucking beta and shit. I feel like a lot of them are coming back, and now lately, a lot of the younger audience is checking out Rebirth of the Night now because of a single person that uploaded a YouTube video that went viral. Not White Light, but another one. Do you guys want to watch an Adam Millard video? It's only fucking $4.50. I didn't get my own copy of the game till like 2013. Hell yeah. This is a fucking amazing video. This video not only goes into game design, but fucking psychology. It's fucking, it needs way more views than it has right now.
Video is brought to you by Curiosity Stream. If you sign up using the link in the description,
We'll watch Adam
you'll
Millard
also get
after this.
access to Nebula, a new streaming platform that I am a part of. But more on that at the end.
A lot of RotN was, you know, a lot of my theory and design of RotN is based on this video. I love his voice, yeah. His voice is so calming.
I've always played Minecraft in a very particular way. I like to build bases that blend in with the natural environment. This house I carved out of the side of a mountain. There's a living room with dogs and fireplaces, a bedroom, some balconies, an observatory with a map of the world, and a little tower at the top. I have some crops and a bunch of animals, all with adequate space, shelter and water to play around in. Aside from shearing the sheep, I don't use them for resources. I just like having them around. Everything I build is fairly simple, as I don't really understand how to use the redstones to make those complicated structures you see in other videos. I also don't really engage with Minecraft's more conquest-oriented gameplay. I only went into the nether dimension once, never defeated that dragon at the end. I pretty much spend my time improving my base and exploring the immediate world around me. Although I enjoy playing this way very much, I do find the game doesn't offer me as many interesting game mechanics as I would have if I were to pursue building more complicated structures or achieving conquest goals.
This video is Like Stories of Old. That's the author.
And it got me thinking about what exactly it is that the creators of Minecraft expect me to do. What do they think this game is about? Every video game is created based on certain assumptions. Assumptions about the world and its people that are reflected in the game's mechanics, which enable and constrain virtual behavior. Examining these assumptions is a great way to understand why a game is designed the way it is, but it could also reveal what would be different if the creators were to change them. And so my first question for today is, what are the assumptions at the heart of Minecraft's virtual world? Back when I was getting my master's degree in environmental sociology, we do this exercise called frame analysis. Framing is basically a tool to understand how individuals, movements and societies as a whole organize experience into social constructs. Take an issue like deforestation. Is this an urgent problem of ecological preservation? Is it the price we pay for human progress? Or is it simply a luxury problem of developed countries? all of these are frames. They are ways of looking at the world we live in. Frames are created continuously and change over time. They define what we see as good and what we see as problematic, and subsequently guide our behavior into specific directions. Frames can align with each other or challenge each other in opposition. They can be a basis for stability or a trigger for change. A frame can be broken down into 3 layers that feed upwards into each other. The first and deepest layer is ontological. This layer deals with the fundamental assumptions about reality. How do we conceive the world? How do we look at the way things are? The second layer is normative. Here we tackle questions of morality. What is good and what is bad? What is problematic and why? The third and final layer is strategic. Knowing how we see and judge the world, we can then determine practical measures. What can and must be done?
This right here is amazing and is really important for what he's going to talk about for the rest of the video, and it definitely applies to a lot of what we've been discussing about RotN's game design.
What can I do? What must others do? While this method is not exactly designed to analyze game design, I think we can apply it nonetheless, albeit with a few minor tweaks. So to rephrase my first question, let's examine what Minecraft's frame looks like. I'm going to begin at the surface, and from there we can dig our way through the layers. When you start a new survival game, you're thrown into the virtual wilderness with a slowly depleting stamina bar and the threat of monsters that come out of hiding after nightfall. Given the available gameplay options, the advocated course of action is to gather materials, craft tools, and build a shelter. When this is done, you can then begin to domesticate animals, create weapons for combat, cultivate the land to grow crops, and mine for further resources. Later, you can use certain materials to create more complicated structures and mechanics, trade with other villages, and explore different dimensions. All these elements are strategic ones. They are all concerned with the actual gameplay, the things that can and must be done. Moving into the normative layer, things get a little less obvious. Unlike some other games, Minecraft does not have an explicit morality system. There are no points to be earned for either good or bad actions. There's no meter measuring the player's amount of honor. On the surface, the game seems morally neutral. But this also isn't exactly the case, as the gameplay does allow the player freedom of action. It allows agency, and agency always has moral implications. This becomes more evident not by looking at what the game encourages you to do, but by looking at what the game doesn't discourage you to do. Let's look at animal farming, for example. In terms of rewards and punishments, it doesn't make much of a difference whether you keep your animals on a pasture with plentiful space, or in a nightmarish factory farm designed to slaughter as many as possible as fast as possible. The latter might actually be encouraged, as it gives the players more resources, more rewards, without
And that's a good example of Animania, and why we want Animania in this mod pack, where you can't breed animals unless they're happy. And that encourages players to make a more nice looking pasture for them. Give them room, not too cluttered with other animals. Give them water. They need water and food in order to breed. So you're not going to get more resources until you breed more. But to breed more, you need to do more moral things.
Imposing any penalties that might give cause for moral concern. The same goes for villagers. The player can trade with them, but also kill, kidnap, and even breed them with impunity. In fact, Minecraft's world as a whole never gives you any real feedback to your actions. And this brings us to the ontological layer, the fundamental assumption on which Minecraft's world exists, which is that the world is ultimately indifferent to the player. You can terraform the entire landscape, and the world will remain silent. It exists solely for the player's manipulation. This, I think, pretty much sums up the foundation on which Minecraft is created. It's essentially a sandbox, a playground, a virtual box of Legos, where the only moral restrictions are the ones players impose on themselves. And while I'm perfectly fine enjoying it as such, a part of me does wonder, should it be? Because the thing is, in Minecraft you're not really playing with Legos. The world isn't just a collection of raw materials waiting to be assembled. It already has some life to it on its own. You're not building inside a vacuum. You're playing in a world where there are different biomes, different animals, trees and water, there's gravity, sort of. The point is, the world very much resembles our own natural world, and thus it is interesting to examine the extent to which Minecraft's frame is informed by similar frames in the real world, both to understand where it may have originated, as well as to explore the potential of assuming a different one. So what frames does Minecraft resemble? By and large, Minecraft lets you do what humans have always done. Ever since we moved from being hunters and gatherers to an agricultural
A morality system already exists in RotN in form of villages. Villages have a reputation where it essentially measures your morality to an extent. You can't kill villagers, you can't, destroy their village, things like that. And that's like a direct number too. It's a direct measurement. But there's also things like again the animal farming system. So a lot of that already exists in RotN, just in different forms. And it's going to be even more prevalent with one example being groove sprites, where if you do bad things to groove sprites, it will affect you. And your bad morale will affect the gameplay. Rip Fire. You shouldn't need a punishment to feel bad about bad things you've done. Yeah, but the punishment is what makes the world feel alive. If there is no punishment for the bad things you do in this living and breathing world, then like he said, the world is just there for the player. It's there for the player's manipulation. But that is not what RotN is supposed to be. You're supposed to be dropped in a living, breathing world where you are not the world is not there for you. The world is just there living on its own, and you were dropped into it, and the actions that you do are going to affect the world and possibly make the experience not only worse for you, but worse for other living things around you. Yeah. It's called reputation. Is just a word. But it still measures your morality. To an extent, like I said, it doesn't measure every part of the morale, but it's to an extent. You get this debuff for killing the villager. It's people dislike you for killing someone. It's still a punishment either way. A debuff is that's just one of a possible consequence, but there could be different types of consequences. You're just stating two different consequences for the same morality system. And you getting killed by guards for killing a villager is a direct effect, and it's showcasing that this world is not amoral. You are not permitted to do everything. In fact, it's not encouraged to kill villagers because it will kill you and your gameplay will be affected. That's what he was saying here, is that with that specific frame, everything is permitted in vanilla Minecraft because there are no repercussions. But in RotN, there are direct consequences for almost everything you do. And we're trying to expand on that more and more as we develop updates. But it's the main goal is that it's a living and breathing world, and it is not a, it's not a canvas. It is not supposed to be a canvas, you know? Oh gosh, where was I? Here.
So what frames does Minecraft resemble? By and large, Minecraft lets you do what humans have always done. Ever since we moved from being hunters and gatherers to an agricultural society, we began to manipulate the natural world to let it better service our needs, and started treating nature, at least in part, based on its functionality for us. And we did so pretty successfully, as those roots eventually led to the modern society we live in today. Looking at our more recent history, I think Minecraft most closely resembles a specific frame that became dominant after the Second World War, a period marked by neoliberal politics and global economic expansion. To generalize it somewhat, this neoliberal frame assumed that nature is unaffected by human activity, that we can treat nature as instrumental, and therefore that we can freely extract resources.
You didn't think we were talking about politics on a Minecraft stream, did ya? Ha ha, got him. Politics isn't everything. Minecraft is neoliberalism.
Expand.
But then, no, this is a really good point though. I love how that was auto-modded, Butter. And this ties back into Minecraft, where you can essentially treat everything as instrumental, and then nature is unaffected by human activity, or unaffected by player activity in Minecraft. And in Minecraft, because it is a canvas designed for the player, that's fine. Nothing actually bad happens. It doesn't actually affect the world like it would IRL. However, in Rebirth of the Night, we're trying to make it more similar to real life. No, not like RLCraft, but you know what I mean.
And build without having to seriously concern ourselves with the well-being of the environment. The similarities to Minecraft's frame are probably pretty obvious, and it could explain why the game's expansions have been mostly oriented towards conquest instead of survival. Because by assuming this frame, the world is only as interesting as the amount of things that there are to exploit, and there is an everlasting hunger for more items, more rewards.
That is such a good point, because that's what we were talking about before, that there's always a hunger for more in Minecraft, and that is why players grind for hours. That is why people make netherite beacons, or the smallest things like killing the wither to get the beacon, or mining for hours for shit tons of stone to make to finish your castle, or things like that.
More treasures, and I want something different. And I think it is exactly by linking Minecraft's frame to frames in the real world that we can explore this unfulfilled potential. For the time of neoliberal expansion was also marked by something else, by a new frame that would challenge the status quo. In 1962, Rachel Carson published Silent Spring and was among the first to bring attention to the environmental impact of our actions by documenting the damage caused by the indiscriminate use of pesticides. Later, in 1972, the Limits to Growth report sparked a worldwide debate about the sustainability of our current hunger for resources and material expansion. Together with many other books and reports, these environmental concerns laid the foundation for a new frame that challenged the neoliberal zeitgeist.
God, this is why we love Minecraft. This is why that's why Minecraft is the most popular game in the world, because you're able to do everything you want without any other repercussions that's in real life. Holy shit!
This frame, let's call it the environmentalist frame, can be broken down as follows. Nature is strongly connected and reactive to human activity, We have to be mindful in our interactions with nature, and therefore we have to find sustainable ways of development and take action to ensure things like
RotN is environmentalist, vanilla is neoliberal. I mean, it's true. Like this is what's happening here. Obviously in RotN, nature itself, the terrain, the trees, isn't as affected as much as some other things in the game. But obviously it's still a mod pack, it's still a Minecraft mod. But let's say we're talking about RotN standalone. We're talking about the finished version of Rebirth of the Night standalone game. You know, if we implement things like this, things like deforestation, if you deforest the entire world, where are you going to get oxygen? Things like that. Or you know, yeah,
better animal welfare, habitat protection, and ecological
diamond armor
preservation.
never be able to buy.
Now, I'm not arguing for Minecraft to be turned
Pollution
into
mod?
political propaganda.
There's not pollution per se, but I mean, I guess the coal gases, there's technically gases in the world, but releasing them into the atmosphere doesn't do anything because it's such a small amount that those gases releasing into the air really does not affect the planet at all. But obviously, if somebody made a spin-off of RotN to include the industrial era and it included engineering and something like that, or it's like the future of the Rebirth of the Night world, like in 100 years or so or whatever, that spin-off would have to include the environmental effects of that then, because there also would not be RotN. To be 2D, oh god.
Well, as I discussed in my video on The Witcher 3, I think a great game does not dictate morality, but uses clever game design to make you think about it for yourself.
Exactly. That is a really good point, because I want the player to be able to think about, should I make this villager fucking prison where I can make them fuck repeatedly and buy all this stuff from them? You know, what are the alternatives to that, or what are the incentives to not do that? Things like that. Hi, Easy Beezy. I just love that he described that.
To make you reflect on certain issues that you otherwise wouldn't.
Because vanilla Minecraft doesn't make you feel bad for it. If you feel bad for the villagers, you know, or what the animals that you treat, you know, a lot of people do. And just like this guy, like he wouldn't want to do that. But there is no incentive to feel bad. In fact, you're rewarded for treating it like shit, for treating the animals like shit, for making these villager farms. You're rewarded for that.
Have considered. And so what I want to focus on is not the normative, but the ontological assumption of Minecraft, on what would happen if we were to change the assumption that nature is indifferent, to the assumption that nature is strongly connected and reactive to human activity.
This is what
Just to
RotN was supposed to
reiterate,
be.
I'm perfectly fine with Minecraft the way it is. As a matter of fact, to this day, I've only played the vanilla version and I'm still having a ton of fun with it. So when I'm discussing things I would like to see differently, I don't mean it in the literal sense that Minecraft needs these changes in order to be good. I merely like to imagine what could be, either within Minecraft, a potential sequel, or in a hypothetical sandbox game completely unrelated to Minecraft.
RotN.
I'm just using
Scandal.
Minecraft as an example because 1. It's arguably the most popular one. 2. Aside from a few examples like Factorio or the still in development Eco, Minecraft's frame is comparable to the majority of other sandbox games. And 3. I simply enjoy this one the most. So let's change Minecraft's frame. As of now, Minecraft presents a seemingly natural world, but no real nature. The only real natural process that is linked to your behavior is that if you remove a piece of grass and place it back again, the grass will have turned to dirt, and you have to wait a while for the grass to grow back again. By assuming the environmentalist frame, this will be expanded significantly, and there will be much more feedback from the world based on how you interact with it. Imagine biomes now thriving or deteriorating based on the available amount of water per X amount of blocks. I could probably drain this entire swamp by cutting off this major water source, or I could redirect existing waterways to return green back to this desert. And what would happen if I were to plant trees from one biome into another one?
Biome changing is it's a monumental task to be able to have biomes react to its resources and the player, not even just the player, just naturally. I don't know if that's something that we could introduce into RotN, maybe to an extent, but maybe not to the extent of being able to transform a whole desert into, or bringing green back to a desert by changing the waterways, things like that. I don't know if that's possible. I doubt it is. But obviously, that's something that we look into, especially for standalone. Hello, Catkin. Welcome to the stream. Streams mod is a possibility.
Will they grow? Maybe they will even do so well that they ultimately overtake the native vegetation. Same goes for animals. What would an overabundance of predators in one area mean to the herbivore population? And what about a lack of them?
The biggest thing that in Minecraft right now, for the reason that you can't do this, is because mobs despawn. If no mob would ever despawn in the game, and all the mobs currently there are there forever and can't respawn, that would make a huge difference. Imagine you kill all the cows in the area, or you kill all the animals in the area for food for a week, but you're shit out of luck for the rest of the game because they won't respawn unless, migrations come from other areas. But if you are regularly making the area uninhabitable for them, they're not going to come back. Like if you're terraforming land or you're destroying all the trees, it's not going to be habitable, and you're not going to have food. So that's just one example. Think about whether players would bother with that. See, it's not whether they would bother with being able to, create a forest from a desert. It's just that there is an incentive to not do certain things, to not fuck up the world or not destroy an entire forest for your resources or kill all the animals in the area. There's repercussions. And didn't spawn any season but spring. That wouldn't make sense, because animals are supposed to have babies during any season, really. But that's obviously we can't implement that in RotN. Despawning and respawning is the main part of Minecraft. Why I'm killing cows or pigs, I always leave at least 2 alive. See, that's nice of you, Spanish. That's good. That's good. You see, that's just something that you want to do just because for your personal morality decision. But that it doesn't have any effect on the game, because even if you kill everything around, they will respawn. Or those 2 pigs will despawn, things like that. So you have no reason to leave them, unless you come back and you want to breed them before they despawn.
What would happen to grasslands if herbivore populations grow too big? What effects do different types of farming have on the world? Do certain crops exhaust the soil more than others? Do happier animals produce better quality products? Does keeping too many animals in one place cause environmental problems, like an overabundance of manure poisoning the ground or contaminating water? Does keeping too many animals
That would be amazing. Animated doesn't, have support for anything like that. The only bad thing that happens is that you can't breed them. We could make things a little worse, but you also have to factor in gameplay and balance with all of this. So that is the most difficult part, is factoring in a fun gameplay experience with realism. So
together increase the likelihood of diseases? What if excessive industrialization caused issues like sour
say, well, you may think we may be overthinking it, but we're not. This is, as he stated, Minecraft as a game is fine. It's fine as itself. He doesn't want to change it, but this is simply what if. And it's fun to imagine this stuff. And why I'm watching this in the first place and why I really like this is because a lot of this does apply to RotN. Obviously we value gameplay, but a lot of this applies to RotN too, and it gives us future ideas to be able to do some of this stuff. Because it enforces the fact that the world is living and that the world reacts to your actions, and you can't go doing all this shit. And whether people want that or not, like, some people don't like that, they want to be able to do whatever they want, that's fine. It's a video game, you don't have to play it. But this is just our vision. This is just what we want in a game, and other players want too. So that is why we are thinking about the psychological effects, because video game design, you have to think about the psychological effects. You have to think about what the player is thinking, how they are feeling when they play a game, and that's what a lot of game designers have to do. So game design isn't always that simple, is what I'm trying to say. And that's why this guy is really going in depth into this sort of stuff, because it's relevant.
rain or smog? Would you be forced to keep your base small and simple? Or would you be able to find sustainable ways of modernization? These are but a few of the questions that will be relevant in this imaginary version of Minecraft. To emphasize, environmentalism as a frame and potential foundation for a video game is much broader than the hotly debated topic of climate change. The point isn't necessarily to raise awareness about the global environmental consequences to our collective behavior. I don't want a game where I start a campfire and melt the entire Arctic. That wouldn't make a lot of sense, as in Minecraft it's just you, or you with a small number of other players. Either way, that's hardly enough impact to make an explicit point about global developments like climate change. The point is that introducing more mechanics such as these will breathe more life into Minecraft's environment, and this can help us to better understand ecological systems and our interactions with them, not by dictating morals, but by letting you find out for yourself how the different elements of the environment interact with each other. By letting you explore the dynamics of a complex ecological system, and showing how even individual behavior, for better or worse, leaves a footprint. But above all, the thing I really want is to experience Minecraft like I did when I first started playing it, exploring and discovering, not really knowing what I'm doing. There was an unmistakable charm to those early days in this virtual world of blocks. And I would love to see new mechanics that could revitalize that feeling. I want to mess around in natural environments and find out what the consequences are. I want to learn about ecological cause and effect and utilize them to improve my base and the world around it. I want to feel the danger of new and unexpected environmental hazards, the joy of surprising opportunities, and that blissful sensation of, after hours and hours of work, standing within your own creation, existing in peaceful harmony. And if those mechanics were to invoke you to reflect on our natural world and your own ecological impact, to make you question your worldview in a meaningful way, that, to me, sounds like a pretty great deal.
I'm not crying, you're crying. That's one of my favorite videos. All these people want to feel like playing Minecraft for the first time again, should just try playing a new game. Yeah, I mean, I see what you mean. But Minecraft does, as he said, it has this unmistakable charm that I don't really think other games can compete with. Or at least not many. And that's why I think people do a lot of this imagination toward sort of stuff. I like this one better than White Light. I'm glad. Yeah. I don't know if I would like it better, but I feel like it goes into sort of a different topic. Or approaches it in a different way, I guess, especially at a more psychological point of view. Maybe not even psychological, but sociological, I guess, and I guess an environmentalist point of view too. Who is Joe? I don't know. What? Minecraft's biggest problem is that it's shallow in every direction it goes. In what way? Because I would argue that Minecraft is extremely in depth, or Minecraft has a lot of depth to it, allowing the player to be able to do many different things. Joe Biden, yep, that is a Joe, yep. Yeah, but Hero, that's exactly it. They're Minecraft clones. They don't improve upon anything else. They don't change anything else. It's literally just Minecraft with slightly different graphics, maybe, or slightly different content. But nothing even comes close to what you imagine on here or in White Light's video. Yeah, I mean, you guys are joking so much, and I feel like it's hard to tell what's a joke or not because I'm talking about like a serious topic. So it's hard to tell if you guys are joking or not. %90 of my things as jokes. Okay, I mean that's fine, but I guess I'm not really gonna react to it then, because I'm trying to really, I did this stream so that I can, I guess, show you guys my thought process and everything, and apparently because some people want to know this sort of stuff for their own endeavors, and so that's why I'm taking a serious look at this instead of joking around. It's not hard to add more complexity to every aspect of the game that already exists. Yeah, I agree. Automize literally everything, so like make automatic farms and stuff. That's part of the depth though. So let's watch an Adam Millard video next. I like all of these. Okay, here, I mean, that's fine. I'm just informing you about what the conversation is actually about currently. Or the topic. How great games beat the grind. Not perfect difficulty. Let's go with this one is definitely a little controversial, especially in RotN, and it's talked about quite a bit, especially on the development side. So I think this is a good video to watch.
It's too hard, it's for basement-dwelling neckbeards. This game's too easy, it's for casual scrub lords. And this game is objectively just right, because it's my favourite. Discussions surrounding difficulty in games are weird. No one can ever seem to agree on what the right level of difficulty is, or even what difficulty as it refers to games actually means. I first started thinking about this when playing Monster Hunter World, which is a pretty good game. The thing is with Monster Hunter is that it's historically a very difficult series to get into. There's a bunch of different weapon types to master, each with their own controls, labyrinthine maps to remember the layout of, and a god-awful UI to wrangle into behaving, and that's not even mentioning the big scary monsters. Terrifying, huh? In response to this, Capcom have really tried to buff out some of Monster Hunter's rough edges for the newest entry to help new players get acclimated. The issue here is that I, as a veteran player, found the first 20 or so hours a little dull because the game was that much easier, which created a bit of a conundrum. The design decisions made to help out new players, like a more on-rails story, more powerful weapons and the ability to get help from players mid-mission, are for the most part intelligent, praiseworthy fixes to an age-old problem. However, there's also no denying that the easier difficulty had a negative impact on my personal enjoyment, at least for the duration of the main quest. After that the game gets much tougher, but by that point I'd kind of had my fill. It was when mindlessly killing what should have been a big scary Rathian that I started thinking about the problem of balancing a new player's ideal difficulty with that of experts. There were three important questions running around in my head. Is a perfect level of difficulty that could satisfy everyone impossible? If so,
Yes.
why? And if you gave someone a helium enema and got them to fart, would it sound higher pitched? The answers are in order: yes, because we think about difficulty wrong, and no, because the speed of sound for the part of your body that's actually vibrating is still the same. Let's just focus on those first two though. Surely it's a bit of a cop-out to say that Capcom had to choose between experienced and novice players. Why can't we make a difficulty level that satisfies everyone? The way that difficulty is currently understood has some issues. Take the example of the rampant inconsistency in difficulty modes, which were created to try and alleviate the exact problem of trying to satisfy everyone. For new players, the typical advice is to play games on normal difficulty. But for something like Into the Breach, unless you're very familiar with problem-solving games, I'd actually recommend easy mode for your first few tries. Sid Meier's Civilization has 8 different difficulty modes, but the middle suggested
seriously?
level of Prince barely buzz up any fight at all. Wolfenstein The New Order and Wolfenstein 2 even try to humiliate players away from the easier difficulty settings, even though they might be the right choice, particularly for people only in it for the quite good story. It's pretty easy to see that difficulty is more complex than one size fits all. The issue that we keep running into is that how hard a game is supposed to be is something defined by the developer as part of the game's intended experience, but how hard any given player finds that game varies massively, yet we use the term difficulty for both. That's not to say that stuff like difficulty levels are a bad idea, but I think they're coming at the problem from the wrong direction. Rather than twisting the game and by extension players into a series of static, imprecise boxes that don't cater to anyone's specific needs, we need to design games in such a way that player action defines how hard a game is. I think that to solve the question of a perfect difficulty level, we need to change the terminology. Difficulty should be how much of a fight the game puts up by design. My proposed alternate term would be challenge, representing how hard you have to.
So he touched on player action is what determines difficulty in a game, or at least what it should do. And I think that kind of reflects on the progression in RotN, and even Terraria. But I guess maybe Terraria not so much, because Terraria is more about conquest. But RotN specifically, you don't get to the hardest stuff unless you are able to finish the hard stuff. I'm trying to make this like, so for example, unlocking the Beneath in 3.0 is not possible until you are able to prove yourself that you are able to overcome the difficulty spike that you get for unlocking the Beneath barrier. And by proving yourself, you kill a boss and you do a bunch of crafting things, which forces you to have like a decent base and things like that. Yeah, exactly. Hi, Hoodie. Back to XCOM. Yeah, watching video essays now on other games, but I'm tying it all back to RotN, and this ties into RotN standalone, of course, in any future endeavors I do.
To work or to what level you are engaged by a game. In other words, how much it challenges you. Yeah, it's pretty self-explanatory. Challenge is more subjective, reflecting the individual experience created by a combination of the game's difficulty, your ability to understand and internalize the concepts it brings up, outside knowledge and skills, as well as factors like disability. Laid out like this, see how important these words are to distinguish? One is a description of the game itself and the developer's perceived intent when designing it, the other is a personal assessment of how you as an individual perceive the game. Two very different things that all too often get lumped together to basically mean, can I beat this game? Which isn't a very useful bit of information. This isn't some revelation about how games get made, but a more fundamental problem with how they're understood. Games, like all art, aren't static, and can often change drastically between individual interpretations, yet so much time and effort gets wasted trying to normalise the game's perception for the entire spectrum of gamers, something that more often than not hurts them in the long run. By separating the two, we can understand difficulty and challenge as two different, linked variables. Difficulty, that being how hard the game is, can be modulated to affect the desired level of challenge, how much work the player puts in, to derive a variety of different experiences. It's only after realising this that I came to the conclusion that the search for a perfect difficulty level is not only impossible, but not something we should be shooting for anyway. Instead, we should be making games that give players a specific level of challenge to change the way they think about the game. Something like the chill strategy game Anno 2070 doesn't put up all that much of a fight, but offers enough resistance to your progress like pirate raids and pollution that makes creating optimal cities feel very satisfying, even though you're rarely under any sort of actual threat. Conversely, hardcore games like Spelunky are difficult and as such offer a lot of challenge, but hold back just enough so the victory is always within sight and death doesn't have any long-term consequences, leading to an experience that makes you feel great for finally mastering it. A level of challenge that isn't carefully balanced or even worse is inconsistent creates muddled, frustrating experiences, and unfortunately, players are more often than not constantly going to get better at a game, which means the difficulty level needs to be flexible so as to keep players at the desired level of challenge. Dead Cells, a game I've been really getting into recently, expands on difficulty in exactly this way, allowing for players to experience a consistent level of challenge regardless of their skill level. New players can play through the game in a roughly linear series of biomes if they want, making incremental progress and slowly upgrading their stash of weapons and abilities. It's this consistent progress that lets you slowly learn about all the little intricacies of Dead Cells design. Experienced or particularly skilled players, on the other hand, can capitalise on this knowledge to test their mastery and ensure the game remains challenging in exchange for greater rewards. There are these doors which lock shut after a certain time has elapsed, prompting experienced players to rush through otherwise routine early levels using the speed boost you get after killing an enemy to get to the doors and grab the loot. There's also a bunch, and I mean a bunch, of optional harder levels that offer better loot in exchange for greater risk. The Ossuary, an optional early game level, pretty much skips you ahead an entire tier of difficulty, but has some great items up for grabs if you're good enough at Dead Cells to survive. The key here is that
something that we're thinking about for 3.0 is having the optional bosses in RotN be a little bit hard. Just a little bit. The other bosses, the main progression bosses are already pretty hard, but with optional bosses, you know, we're gonna make them have at least pretty good loot, but make it a really decent challenge for skilled players.
Dead Cells pushes back against players doing well, rather than becoming a pushover, increasing the difficulty to scale with their skill by opening up the possibility of optional objectives, whilst not overburdening less experienced players who pretty much don't have to worry about stuff like the time doors until they're ready. Difficulty in Dead Cells is malleable so that the challenge level can remain consistent. A lot of the time, games have less challenge on offer the better you get at them. But all this does is decentivize actually finishing them, as what once was a hard-earned victory becomes a formality. Factorio, an optimization problem-solving thing that sees you building massive automated factories, circumvents this really well. Factorio's tech tree doesn't often reward players with additional power, but instead more versatility, allowing for your massive labyrinthine factory to be constantly optimized as new tools become available. You'd think a fast grabber would be objectively better than its normal counterpart, but they draw more power and can deprive objects further down your conveyor line of resources, creating a bunch of new problems to solve for advanced players. Factorio is a game of constant bug fixing and iteration, with each step of mastery opening up several new optimization milestones that keep the challenge level high and players engaged. Judged by a simple "is this game difficult" metric, Factorio is a cakewalk. You can just craft pretty much everything in your inventory and beat the game like that. Except playing that way takes ages and sucks, and certainly isn't representative of the actual game. By broadening our understanding, we can see Factorio as a hugely complex game that tests the limits of both optimization experts and industrial planning novices. I'm obviously the first one. I mean, just look at my beautiful factory, it's amazing. In order to ensure that a consistent level of tough but surmountable challenge exists in a game,
I'd rather play
its design
Satisfactory
needs
though.
to simultaneously accommodate multiple skill levels at the same time. This can be passive, like in the case of Dead Cells or Factorio, with there just being extra stuff to do for advanced players, but another possibility also exists, and that's games that actually react to the player's performance and change their difficulty accordingly. This kind of reactive difficulty is great because rather than giving skilled and weaker players totally different experiences, it allows games to change the state of play in order to give all players, regardless of skill, a very focused experience. RimWorld is a great example of this. If you've been watching my videos recently, you'll already know what RimWorld is. It's a management survival game where you control a group of crash-landed space colonists trying to survive in a harsh world. What's interesting about RimWorld is its AI storytellers, who are responsible for pacing the game's random events, and they've each got different styles, from slow paced to totally random. But hidden within their parameters is a sweet spot ideal number of colonists. A big colony of citizens, hunters, converts, and the occasional slave is a healthy one, whereas one with only a few often doesn't have the skills or man hours needed to do everything they need to do to survive. That's where the storytellers come in. Depending on the storyteller, colonies with under 6 or so people will see a marked increase in the number of events that give you colonists like wanderers, refugees, or crashed space pods, to help you bulk up your numbers. Past about 8, deaths will become more common, fatal wounds start to happen more often in combat, and you'll see substantially fewer recruitment opportunities. This serves to keep a colony's population within specific bounds where the game is most fun, namely one where survival against the elements and hostile civilizations is a constant challenge, and each colonist needs to be useful, but an individual death isn't game-ending. The fact that these limits aren't set in stone provides a great challenge to experts who have to fight off an increasingly aggressive storyteller as they get stronger, and acts as a safety net for newbies who'll find it very hard to ever suffer a de facto loss in RimWorld, as past a certain point the game will just throw new colonists at you so you can start over. RimWorld's dynamic difficulty is also a cheeky programming fix, as large colonies with a lot of dudes all needing their jobs and pathfinding calculated lags the game massively, so culling them is kind of doing your processor a favour. Dynamic difficulty can also get used in more linear experiences. Chief among these is Resident Evil 4, which has a brilliantly innovative way of keeping things tense. Difficulty in RE4 is measured on a scale of 1 to 10. Doing badly moves you down the scale, and doing well moves you up. Your choice of difficulty at the start determines your starting position on the scale and the upper and lower bounds. For example, normal difficulty starts you off at 4, with a maximum of 7 and a minimum of 2. The survival horror genre lives and dies on the razor's edge tension on resource management and the anticipation of just what's around the corner. By scaling enemies so that they're just hard enough, RE4 keeps you from stockpiling resources and even more deviously changes enemy layouts and spawns in response to your performance, meaning that players never feel truly comfortable and you get to keep them in that awesome, tense horror frame of mind for as long as possible.
As much as I like that, and as much as that appeals to as many players as possible, having that adaptive difficulty thing for especially a linear game like that, it feels like if a player knows about it while playing the game, I feel like it's going to be just less fun for the player. And especially if a player is looking for a challenge and they're performing badly, but they want to keep getting better, I guess, to overcome the hardness, it's going to make them feel bad that the difficulty is actually decreasing because they're doing bad, when in reality they want to overcome the hard difficulty. So that is definitely something you have to, yeah, patronizing, that's the word. And it's definitely something you'd have to take into account. Um, Either the developers have to be really good at hiding it, or it needs to be minuscule, I feel, or you need the ability to turn it off. That too.
All of these games get the difficulty and challenge are different, and while these fixes might not work for every game, allowing difficulty to be modulated allows for much more control over how the player engages with the game, ensuring that they're not missing out and that they get to experience the developer's ideal vision. Okay, I've said my piece. So what? These great devs seem to have a good handle on the difference between difficulty and challenge, so why should you care? We should care because tying our understanding of a satisfying experience to how hard a game is to quote-unquote beat limits what kind of games we can appreciate. Walking sim games are notorious for getting dismissed out of hand by people with no taste simply because they're not hard. In fact, it's almost impossible to not win a walking simulator, but as we've covered here, it's not the victory that makes a game satisfying or meaningful to play, but the challenge. What Remains of Edith Finch is my favourite walking sim, and like many others, it's pretty hard not to beat it in about 2 hours. But this game has challenge in spades. For people who just want to see the narrative unfold, Edith Finch delivers, but for those who want to, dare I say, challenge themselves to unpack the thematic ideas the game presents, delve into the truth behind the Finch family's curse, and consider its own relevance to the lives of the team that made it as well as our own, it has so much more to offer. Rather than testing your reaction speed or optimization ability, narrative games contain their difficulty within the layers of subtext and interpretation required to develop a full understanding of them, and in this way can be just as challenging as any Dark Souls or strategy game. Basically what I'm saying is that only the most hardcore elite Mountain Dew gamers play slow-paced, thought-provoking games with no action. But it's fine if you can't handle emotional nuance, you can go back to Dwarf Fortress. Nobody's gonna judge you. Except me. We need a serious rethink about the nature of difficulty, because as it stands, people are missing out on great experiences because developers make games that only fully cater to an audience with a specific level of skill, and consumers regularly cheat themselves out of games they might enjoy out of fear of its difficulty, or because they think they're above its lack thereof. And that sucks because difficulty isn't even the fun bit of games. As Monster Hunter World proves, it's the ways in which they interact with and test us. I ended up fixing my Monster Hunter difficulty woes by using only low level armor through the whole campaign, and instead just upgrading my weapons, turning every fight into a tense, high damage duel I found really enjoyable, and just the right kind of challenge I was looking for. Updating our terminology and discourse when it comes to games to focus not on the cold mechanical nuts and bolts of their design, but the more abstract ways they make us feel and think, is one of the biggest barriers in the way of not just games becoming a more widely accepted artistic medium, but also just our ability to make and enjoy better games. Whilst this video isn't going to change the face of gaming anytime soon, I think it's a good start. What can I say? A fundamental shift in the way we think about games is a difficult thing to pull off. But I think we're up to the challenge.
So he makes a lot of good points, and this has been something on my mind for a while, even since I first started getting into Rebirth, that although it's marketed as this hardcore mod pack, and increases the difficulty in the game and the risk and reward and things like that. I'd want it to be accessible to everybody. I don't want people to be turned off because of the fact that it's quote unquote hardcore. And unfortunately, that's what happens a lot now. Is I see it all the time, especially in like other Minecraft modding Discord servers, where people are like, I don't really want a hard pack. I would, I just want to chill and have fun with like progression and things like that. So something that we definitely need to work on more is marketing the game, marketing RotN as something that scales with you. And one thing that we want to include more of is actually how you can change the difficulty in Minecraft, how there's easy, normal, and hard. That currently doesn't really affect the game all that much. I think it only affects like health. Does it affect health and damage of mobs? I'm pretty sure it affects damage taken. But other than that, there's not much. And I'd rather make it a little more in-depth. And not only that, not only the difficulty, but the consequence of dying. Because whatever the consequence of dying is going to dictate what the player does next. And it's going to dictate if they either rage quit the game. It's going to dictate if they feel frustrated but go back to their items or whatever and rebuild from that. Or it's going to dictate if they get bored and they feel like there's no point in doing these certain things because you can just, there's no, it's boring, and there's no consequences. So they're finding a medium for that is very, very difficult and something that appeals to all players. And like he said, perfect difficulty is impossible. So my goal is to provide the player options for how they want to play. Not just in normal, easy, and hard, not just generic things like that, but specific options specifically for death consequences. And that includes, do you want your entire inventory to drop? Or do you want just your toolbar to stay on you? Do you want to keep your armor? Things like that. And I feel like if a player wants to just enjoy the game, the story of the game, maybe not spend too much time on it, they can enable keep inventory, or they can keep most of their inventory in these hypothetical options. And that will allow them to enjoy the game how they want to enjoy it. While hardcore players who are looking for, repercussions for the small mistakes that they make, they want a perfect playthrough or whatever. They enable dropping their whole inventory, or even more, they enable hardcore mode. So I feel like, that's been something that was been discussed in the dev team, where a few other developers actually did not like that. That they did not like the ability for the players to change those death consequences, because first of all, we have to account for that when we design the game, when we design the challenge of the game, not the difficulty, but when we design the challenge of the game, it's designed around the consequences of dying. Not everything, but for most of it, it is. And so that's been something discussed internally, and there's no easy answer for it. You know, there's uh like it's been discussed before in these videos where just turning on peaceful mode or just turning on keep inventory for a player that's struggling is not the solution. If somebody is really struggling in Rebirth of the Night and dying a lot and feeling frustrated, the solution should not be just turn on keep inventory or just turn on easy mode or whatever. We should look into what exactly is causing them to feel frustrated and to die all these times, and if it's the fault of the player or if it's the fault of us not communicating properly, or you know, what they should be doing, or even worse, if just it's straight up unbalanced, if a boss just fucking insta kills you for some reason or whatever. That's something we need to think about. That's why I did a dev poll the other week, of how players play the game with death consequences. So I asked, you know, do you turn on keep inventory when you play the game, or do you prefer the mechanics from 2.77 where you don't drop your toolbar and armor? Do you prefer the new mechanics? And that was valuable information. And one of those options was, would you like it if you had the option to be able to change exactly what these death consequences are? And that gave us a good insight, I guess. Love the idea of it being like Dark Souls, where it stays in like a grave, but it's deleted if you die a second time. Walrus, exactly. That is what we will be implementing actually in beta 5. So it's a little less frustrating. Your items don't die and don't delete in lava anymore. You can go back to your items at any time. They don't despawn. It's easy to pick up. You know, they're not spread all over the place. Like, I fucking hate that. However, if you are not careful enough, and if you don't prepare to get your items back, uh, you will be receiving consequences for that. If I'm at endgame and I drop all the best armor and I can't find it, I would rage a lot. Exactly. Can you do something like selecting death consequences when you make a world and can't change it after? Butter, that is exactly my idea. That is one of the mod commissions that I am looking for a modder to do, actually. So far, no modder has picked up the commission, but what I've stated and what you've stated is in the world select screen, you can choose the options, or you have to choose the options for what the death consequences are, and that includes the difficulty, like the normal, easy, hard difficulty. You'll choose that in the world select screen, and once you create the world, you can't change it back. So you can't even change it back to peaceful once you've created the world. It's just like Terraria. Terraria is the same exact way. So that's, you know, that's my idea. I have it here on the modding Trello, where I would like to commission these death options for players. So until a modder takes up this idea, it, you know, it won't be possible. So one of the things I actually love about Terraria is not dropping my items, so I have no fear about taking out items that are the best. Oh, yeah. Exactly. Very, very cool. Dab on him. I gotta fucking pee really bad. I've had to pee for the past like 10, 15 minutes now, but I wanted to finish the video and get my thoughts across before I go pee. So I'll be right back. Okay. I'm back. I got cookies. Mario P. Damn it. You guys flirting in my chat? I swear to God, if you're flirting in my chat. Flirt in DMs. Not my chat. Pretty please. Yeah, honestly, I think that's it for the videos. Yeah, I can see that. She's definitely corrupting you. That's okay. Just flirt in DMs though. I'm serious. Should I play Doom? Let's play Doom for a little bit. play a game with a good difficulty. Pog demons.
Dr. Hayden is the Seraphim. He's been with us the entire time.
I am sorry. There's no need
You
for...
need to see this because he's not well. Something is happening and nobody here knows what's wrong with him.
Well, we don't know yet.
The Father's life sphere sits atop the Ingmore Sanctum, located in the blood swamps of hell. My body is undergoing rapid transfiguration. It is why I need the Father. Reach the tomb and acquire the Father's life sphere. Bring him back into physical form. I will not be able to join you. Makers cannot set foot in the dark realm. I will be waiting for you at the Sanctum.
The Seraphim cannot retrieve the sphere. It's forbidden.
I have the Blood Swamp's location online.
Be grateful. Despite your transgressions, you are given the honor to serve the gods yet again.
Okay. Hello. Oh, Marjorie! Have you been lurking this whole time? Whoa! This is new. Alright, wait, I gotta remember how to play.
I see your mission objective states that you're going to destroy the sphere, not retrieve it. That is not, sir, what Dr. Hayden, the Seraphim, has requested of us. You.
Whoa! Hi! Ow! Whoa, what the fuck? Hi! Oh my goodness. What do I do about that? Ow. Alright. Oh my goodness, okay. What? Damn. Yay. Turn on cinematic mode? What's that? Video? Where is that? Render mode? Whoa. Doom Classic. Oh, wait. I don't see anything different. I just see a film grain. A lot more foggy. Oh, hi. Oh, wait, what the fuck, buddy? Where'd you come from? Bye! What the fuck? Oh, hi. Okay. Where do I go? Okay, hi. That's not cool. Oh, that's a... Hello? Can I, What the... Get... Fuck you. Jesus. They knocked me away from the fucking... thing. Melly, I got it. Don't worry. I'll let you know if I am looking for advice or anything. But currently I don't need people backseat gaming. Oh, wait, that was just a map. Was that literally not the... Hi, Anna. You're smelly. Ow. Okay. Bye, bitch. Easy game. Hey, Mario, shoot the demons. You can't tell me what to do. I'm gonna cuddle them to death. Hi. Ow.
That's the key that opens the entrance to the Father's tomb.
Play the
which,
game.
according
Well,
to our
no, I'm
data,
joking.
should be on the crest of a mountain just beyond this altar. That is the origin of the Father's realm.
What do I do? Oh wait, no. Get the fuck out of here. Hey! No! Slithery bitch. I hate you. What the? Oh, okay. I gotta stay with the dog. What? Yo, this is crazy. Not you. Bitch. Okay, hi. Let me do that. Bye. Fuck, he hurts.
It's Joe.
Whoa, okay. Jesus Christ. Kappa, thank you for the follow. Thank you, thank you. Oh my gosh. Welcome to the stream. Hey, can I move? I was literally stuck. Like, that was bullshit. I hate you guys. Ah, why are you invisible? Oh, shit. Puppy. God damn it. Oh, hi. What? 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 Fuck you. Ah, fuck. I switched guns. Oh, Jesus. Dude. Was he harder than usual? Dude was not fucking holding back. Specters? Okay. Oh, fuck. I don't know why that scared me. What? What happened? Fuck. Lots of armor. I stubbed my toe. Oh. Okay. Why do I need to watch this? I'll figure it out on my own. Easy. Spirit. Spirit can possess demons, making them tougher. When the possessed demon is killed, the spirit becomes exposed, making it vulnerable to the plasma rifles. Microwave beam mod. Ugh. I don't like that mod, though. Alright. Hardcore parkour! What the fuck? Hey, die? How do I use this? Oh, there we go. Oh, this music is sick. This music is fucking bonkers. Oh shit, wait. I keep forgetting I have the wrong mod. What is this? Oh, hi. Oh, hi! Oh, can't jump back down now. Invisible wall, cool. Let me at him! Fuck! They fucking blocked me from fucking bitch slapping him. That was some stupid ass bullshit. Oh, there's so many. Oh wait, give me this. I didn't even kill him! I didn't even kill him! Bitch. Oh gosh. Where? Oh, god damn it. Oh shit. Whoa! Why are there so many of you? Stop it! Holy shit. What? There's so many. Stop it. Stop it. No. 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 Fuck. Fuck. Damn it, I have to redo all of it. No, not. Oh my goodness, I'm gonna lose my mind. What the fuck is that? Go away. Is there any like refuelment or gas things here? I need it. Oh, there's still that. I forgot about this. What the fuck? There's fucking 3 of them right here, just chilling. Ow, how'd you not get frozen? Oh shit. No! Wait! No! Oh! Fuck! Okay, wait. I'm just gonna let it possess somebody. Whoa! Okay, what a... Why do you do stupid damage? Oh, I have... Oh, it keeps fucking... Shit. Fuck. Shit! Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Fuck you. No, don't do it, don't do it, don't do it, don't do it, don't. No, shit. This is stupid. This is stupid. Why is this part stupid? Fuck y'all, I don't want to deal with y'all. Hello? What the f- Whoa, okay. Hi. Oh shit, wrong gun. Damn it. Shit. Shit. Okay, go away. Okay. Oh, don't get that. Oh, no, shit. Fuck. Die. Okay. What? What canceled it? Come here, bitch. What canceled it? Oh, fucking shit, dude. Oh, where is it? Oh, over there. Oh my god, they hurt! What? What the fuck was that? Ignore it until the end. Bro, the damage was crazy! Bye, hero. Fuck this possessed demon. Oh. Well. Oh, damn it. I didn't want to pick that up. Guess I'll try to ignore it. Oh shit. Why does it do that? Oh, hi! Ooh. Come on. Oh, thank God. I did it. Whoa, you didn't get frozen. Okay, alright. Oh, shit. What the fuck? Oh, not this bitch. Oh, hi! You're all... What? Where did I go? Oh, there's another one. There's you too? What is this game? What the fuck is this game? Now, you need to die first. You need to die first. Okay. You're dead. Okay. This guy. Where are you? Come here. Move! No. I'm not dying. I swear to fucking God. Where's the health packet? Here. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Ah! Nah! No. Don't get stuck. Oh, did he die? Oh, I think he died. Go away! Please let that be it. Oh, it's it. What the fuck? One of two. God damn. What the fuck is this?
May you serve the Makers in all their glory.
Scans indicate that hundreds of warriors have died trying to do this just to meet the Father.
Okay. This way. Hey, what? You ate it. Hey, Batches. Hi. Welcome to the stream. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Where's the buff totem? Where it be? Whoa. Oh. What the fuck? Oh, you gotta be fucking joking. You gotta be fucking joking me. What the fuck? Ow! Jeez! What? What the fuck? What the? What's your voice? That man was like, fuck you. Actually, buff boy. Well, now I know what to prepare for, I guess. Give me this. He's so fast. Oh my god, the timing is like 2 seconds. There's... Oh, gosh. What the... What? Look at this guy! Look at this guy! Oh my gosh! Oh, oh my gosh. There you go. Look at this guy. Oh, hi. Fuck you, bitch. Ah, what? Man, I can't even fucking dodge him. I don't have fuel. I don't... You know, the spears that make enemies way harder? Oh, don't tell me. Don't tell me that man can have a spirit on him. Should I use a different gun? Does the shotgun work? Oh, shit. Oh, gosh. Okay. This fucking shotgun. Hey, why did I not get any health from that? Can I freeze him? I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. SSG works? You mean this gun? I don't know if that's any better. Try it. Fuck. Oh, shit! The super shotgun? Oh. Alright, I'll try it. Eh. Oh, he didn't like that. He didn't like that. Shit. Hit! Not the fucking dog. I don't know what to do. Ow. Shotgun is definitely better. I keep getting stuck! And he fucking 3 combos me! Oh! So, shotgun 5 and 6. Okay. Okay, okay. Okay, that'll help. Fuck. Shit! How does he hit me? Fuck it, I want this help. Oh gosh! Wait. Okay. He recovers so fast sometimes. There's no fucking way. There's no 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 way. Okay. Now I have 200 health. Motherfucker! Hey, where'd the zombie? Okay, give me. Ouch. Ouch. Hey, can I move? I want to do this. I want to be able to do this. I want to be able to do this. Shit. Oh shit, I didn't need to do that actually. I had full health. How did that miss? I don't know if heal, do I? Oh shit. I don't know if... I only have fuel for 1 chainsaw. And that really sucks. Is there any other like... Oh, do they just keep spawning? Oh, there's lots of ammo here, but I don't really need ammo. Okay. Oh my gosh! He gets me mid-air and like stuns me. And I can't like sprint. I can't fucking sprint or anything. I can't like dodge it. Because I get stuck. And his shotgun, like, knocks me back. Where the fuck is he? Oh. Fuck you. Fuck you and your dog, dude. Shit. Yes! 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 Get the shit out of here. Oh! No fucking way. Oh. Walrus. Why is there rocket launcher ammo here? I don't know how I did it this time, but I guess I did it. Jesus. That was so much. Alright, I'm gonna finish up. I'm not gonna finish the level here. I don't have time to do a whole nother fucking section. Oh, what the? Oh no. I missed my fucking... Hey, please die. There you go. Oh, shit. Oh, no, 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 no. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Oh, no, you don't. You do not do that. What? Oh, shit. Oh, wait. Okay. Stop it! Oh, I don't have enough ammo. I don't... It's an invalid target. Are you kidding me? Yeah, what are you gonna do now, bitch? What are you gonna do now? Haha! The harder Marauder is optional? I'm sorry, what? You're telling me that was optional? That was optional? Why did I... Where do I go? Where is the box? Oh, there's a harder one? Wait, what? Oh, Jesus. Okay, I assume it's saved right there. I don't know what's harder, a fucking totem buff or the spirit buff. I don't know, because that totem buff was fucking insane. I did not expect that today. I did not expect that today. I knew it was gonna get hard, but I didn't know it was gonna be such a sudden fucking difficulty spike, because the other level was not too bad. But then this level, all of a sudden, it just fucking ramped up, like, all of a sudden. Oh gosh, can't wait to see what level fucking 3 is like. And the next DLC. Good job, me, for picking fucking ultra violence. But hey, I did it. And I will continue to try my best. Oh, it seems easier, really? Alright. I'll be the judge of that. But, alright, I'm gonna end stream. I'm gonna go eat. I know this was kind of a weird stream. But thank you for sticking around, Walrus. Yeah, Spanish, yeah. True. But yeah, thank you guys for watching. I hope I'll see you guys on Wednesday at 3 p.m. Eastern time. And I'll stop by on the Shiny Pack server sometime this weekend. And yeah, thank you so much. Bye bye everybody.